Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second week at COP. I hope everyone had a chance to rest and recover yesterday. I know I did. Just to quickly introduce myself before we get going for today's session. My name is Martha. I work at the United Nations Global Compact. For those that don't know anything about the UN Global Compact, we are the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative founded within the United Nations. And I manage our work there on the blue economy, so with a strong focus on shipping and ports. So the session that we're about to have today is of particular interest to myself. And I have to say, I don't know if you've been following the discussions on shipping at COP27, but shipping is really high on the agenda. We even had the US President, Joe Biden, talk about the imperative of decarbonizing shipping. I think it's actually a first in COP history, so that's really exciting. And we also had the government of the US and the government of Norway launch the Green Shipping Challenge, which had a number of commitments from both state actors and non-state actors around decarbonizing the maritime sector. We had announcements around green corridors and investments in new fuels, so that's really exciting. And of course, ports are absolutely central to this. I mean, it will be impossible to decarbonize shipping without really taking a close look at ports. And by that, on the one hand, we're talking about lots of new infrastructure that will need to be built at ports for bunkering new zero emission fuels like green hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, these kind of things. And what we're really seeing are a number of ports now really stepping up, entering into these sort of really innovative collaborations around green corridors. We have the LA to Shanghai route. We had a number of other green corridor announcements at this COP as well. So they really are at the forefront of shipping's decarbonization. And it's not just about, the new infrastructure that will need to be built at ports to really service these new zero emission vessels. Actually, we just need to increase the efficiency at ports as they are. And I think something like 6% of fuel is burnt by ships waiting at ports. And some ships might spend half their time waiting at ports burning fuel. And of course, not only is this terrible for the environment in terms of rising emissions, but also has a severe impact on the communities around ports. Air pollution around ports is a huge topic as well. So obviously the topic of our discussion today is all around green ports, and I've just set the scene in terms of some of the mitigation, so reducing emission aspects we'll be talking about today. But I wouldn't be doing my job properly if I didn't raise some of the other vital issues like adaptation. Ports are obviously right on the forefront of climate change with rising sea levels. So when we talk about a green port, I'd also like to bring in adaptation into that mix. So how can we make more resilient port infrastructure? And I've already referenced some of the social dimensions, but of course, a green port is also a more socially inclusive port in the sense if it's reducing emissions, that is better for the community, good green jobs. So once again, green, yes, mitigation, but also we have a bit of a wider spectrum here. Now, I'm joined by 3 speakers who are all online, so I'm alone here in person today, but we'll still make it dynamic. So I don't know if the speakers are able to join on the screen, because it'd be great to see them when I introduce them. So on the one hand, I'm joined by the Chief Executive Officer of StormGeo, Soren Andersen, which is, and StormGeo is also part of the Alfa Laval group. So thank you for being with us here today. Good morning. I'm also joined by Oisein Jensen, apologies for any name mispronunciation, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer of Odfjell Group, which is one of the leading players in seaborne transportation. Hello, welcome, nice to see you again. And I'm also joined by Tiemen Meester, who is the Group Chief Operating Officer from the ports and terminals at DP World. So we've got all the players here from the maritime supply chain, so I'm sure we'll have a really useful discussion around that. So I'd first actually like to turn to you, Soren, so CEO of StormGeo. And the first question I'm going to ask all panelists, and I'd also like you to keep your answers relatively short as we are a bit under time constraint, just to quickly outline what is a green port to you and why is collaboration so important to achieve them?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you actually gave us a bit of an answer there in your intro, right? What is a green port? But I think for me, it starts really with the efficiency of the port in a wider sense. And here I'm particularly looking at CO2 emissions, obviously. And as you very rightfully said, a ship spends up to 15% of the bunker consumption either waiting outside port or in the port. And 15% is a huge number, actually. If we can reduce that by, a quarter or a third, we're taking out a meaningful amount of emissions from the shipping industry. So I think it's a very important point. So of course there's efficiency in the port, but there's also the waiting time outside port. And there you said, and I think that's a recognized number, that around 6% of bunker consumption is done just waiting to get into the port. So for me, a green port is a port that, in a sense, optimizes not only the time in where the ship is in the port, which I'm pretty sure ports are good at, but it's also to a wide extent eliminating that waste and that waiting time outside the port.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I'd now like to turn to Oisein to answer the same question. So what is a green port to you?
Well, I think it's important to start to clarify. Well, a port is not always a port, because a port could be a terminal, it could be many terminals, and it could be different kinds of terminals as well. And each are managed very differently. And then there's also what is green. I think it's also too important to understand what is green. For some, green is something that is more environmentally friendly than something else, and someone see green as where you are not emitting any greenhouse gas emissions. So to me, I think it's the kind of the net zero way of thinking, that green is where you do not emit any greenhouse gas emissions. So for a port to be green, I think you have to be green in both scope 1, 2, and 3, and that will require also not only the direct emissions or the energy, but also the energy from, or the emissions from the suppliers or from the total value chain. And that means that is a difficult task, because all the players, from suppliers to vendors to the ports, also have to be green in order to be zero in a scope 1 to 3 perspective. So that means that this will something that will require a lot of collaboration.
Thank you very much. So here we're talking more about a green port as a net zero port, and obviously, as already was touched upon, also an efficient port. I'd now like to ask you, Tiemen, Meester, the same question. So what is a green port to you, and why is collaboration important to achieve them?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and thanks for the participation in this. I don't want to kind of rehash what already has been said. But if you want to achieve carbon neutrality, or even better, zero carbon, the point, and also what my colleagues here are making, is you're going to be dependent on many, many stakeholders coming through. A little bit more specifically, ports are going to need access to renewable energy. That in itself is a huge topic. You need to electrify all kinds of operations. You need access to biofuels or other fuels. You need to focus on efficiencies, what also has been said. And then what is underestimated is the complexity of scope 3, because what we see in most of our ports is that scope 3 is as big as scope 1 and 2 combined. So the challenge is double up. And so your dependency on suppliers working with you is there as well. And then maybe my last point, if you take a terminal position, not the ports, then very strictly speaking, those terminals are not going to measure whether ships are outside, having their engines on or something else. And so, why is it important? There's a high complexity of many, many stakeholders that need to work together to make this all happen.
Thank you very much. So I think that first round sort of highlighted the complexity of stakeholders that are needed for a truly green port, both in terms of from renewable energy to some of the other players, particularly as scope 3 is such a relevant part of being a green port. So I'd now like to turn back to you, Oisein, to touch a little bit more on the efficiency question, and that was already raised in that first round. And I think it would be good for our audience and our listeners online to also hear a little bit about why it is difficult to improve efficiency in ports, and obviously that was already just touched upon a little bit as well. And maybe also from your perspective as a ship owner, what can you do to sort of help improve efficiency? Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. Well, to start, the ship comes from another port underway and underway to a new port. Underway to that new port, it has to go through many different kinds of weather and also different kinds of friction before it arrives to the port. Prior to the port, it has to do all the different planning, preparing for the port. And when it comes in for a parcel tanker, what we do in our ships, we have many different tanks with different kind of cargo. So that means that we have to go to different kind of terminals when you enter a port or a port area. So that means that it's not 100% sure when you arrive due to many different things, like you have to wait for the pilot, you have to wait for inspection, you have to wait for papers. So before you even arrived, there might be differences in time when you arrive. And there might be something underway also. That means that you might not be there exactly on time. And when you're there, you have to do all these different kinds of operations. So again, coming from a parcel tanker, that means that you go in, you have to offload your cargo, then you have to clean the cargo, then you go out, maybe out to an anchorage. And in order for a chemical tanker or a tanker vessel to clean the vessels, you have to go outside. You can't do that in the port. You go out and then you go in again. So for our operations for a kind of return in a port, for total operations in a port, for us it can take up to a month when we're coming in with a full parcel tanker into areas like Houston and before you leave again. So that takes a lot of time, and there are many different players that take part in these operations. Everything from, as I mentioned, the pilot, the different kind of terminals, different kind of customers. You have to do bunkering operations. So all these different kinds of things, and many of them also have different incentives. So what we do is that we trying to plan this as much as we can. We of course have a very, very high incentive of making our port operations as efficient as possible. But if the port is not ready, the port is not ready. If the terminal is not ready, if there's a vessel there waiting, and that takes time, and we have to wait for it, there's not much we can do about that. So we have strong incentives to reduce the waiting time. But as you mentioned initially, also when we are on a waiting area or an anchorage area, we will still burn auxiliary engines, and that consumes fuel and emit emissions. So that's why we do whatever we can in order to make that as efficient as possible. But as I mentioned, there's many different players that needs to collaborate in order to make this very efficient.
Well, thank you. 1 month, that is a very long time. I might come back to you later just to hear about some other best practice examples of ports who you think are sort of doing a good job at supporting that process. But I'd now like to turn back to you, Soren. And we've heard from Oisein about some of the challenges here in terms of waiting times. And I guess I'd like to hear from you how digitization and digital tools can sort of support that process and support both ship owners and ports to make this process more efficient.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think we have the platforms, the basis in a sense to make it work. I mean, just as for StormGeo's perspective, we serve more than 13,000 ships every day with our digital services. We have almost 10,000 users of our office onshore operational tool, which gives transparency to both the ship and the office as to what's happening, what's the planning, is the ship performing as it should, et cetera, et cetera. So I really feel we're not lacking the channel or the platforms to make this work. I think the challenge is to get the right sort of information into those platforms and then present it to the users in the best way. And there's some things we can do in our R&D team. We're looking at predicting actually the port productivity, also port closures. And because we're very strong when it comes to the weather as part of what we do, we can, for example, predict whether ports will be open or not with some days in advance. So I think there's things we can do. And of course, then the ship can plan, right? If the port is going to be closed because of fog or swell or whatever, then the ship can slow down and not spend as much CO2. So I think the tools are there. Satellite imagery may help. AIS data, which is data coming from the ships about where they are and where they're going, that can be analyzed and we can learn from that. I think the real challenge is really getting the stakeholders to work together. And I think Oisein and Tiemen both pointed to some very important stakeholders. I think one stakeholder we're missing here in the forum is probably the cargo owner. because it takes all of us in a sense to operate together to make it work.
Thank you.
I'm thinking about that, yeah, sure, go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just going to say, and please feel free to expand on that point, but I think there's definitely not just in shipping. I mean, this is something we've heard all this week at the COP27, right? I mean, we have the tools. It's the collaboration and the people aspect that's sort of the biggest barrier to making this effective change. But please do feel free to expand further on what you were just saying.
Yes, I guess, well, the stakeholders working together, I think we should start in a sense small, perhaps. Start with the smaller, easier steps, the low-hanging fruits that we can do together. I think there's economic incentives, but I'm worried that the amount of stakeholders together actually means that the economic incentives start to disappear a bit because we're so many that needs to share. So some sort of pressure from customers or from regulatory bodies is probably needed in order to get us going. That was my last point.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I think, yesterday I was actually at a really interesting side event from the cargo owners for zero emission vessels. I don't know if you've heard of this initiative, but this is a group of leading cargo owners, including IKEA, but also Amazon and Chibo, who've sort of come together to send a demand signal for zero emission vessels by 2040. So these are the kind of demand signals that will be increasingly important. And I think things like efficiency at port should be included within that. It's not just about the zero emission vessels and the fuels, but also that wider kind of decarbonisation picture. So very much in agreement there. So I'd now like to turn to you, Tiemen. So let's hear a bit about the sort of port angle here. And please do feel free to reflect on some of Oisein's comments regarding waiting time at ports, and obviously hearing a little bit about things that DP World is sort of doing to mitigate that. So please, as I said, reflect on that question, but also good to hear from you what it will take from the ports, including port terminals, to commit time and resources to this challenge.
Okay, thanks for the question. A port, and it has been said, but I need to emphasize that it's an ecosystem of activity. There are many, many things going on in and around the port and the terminals that in the end of the day emit, CO2, to keep it simple. And the ship side is one element, the stevedoring is another element, and then what we call the land side is another element. I can tell you from our business, our single biggest challenge to resolutely and take the most CO2 out of our business is actually access to renewable energy. This is challenge number one, meaning most of the stevedoring operations and large part of the landside operations are already electrified or on the way to being electrified. But globally, in DP World, as an example, only 22% of that electricity is green today. In Europe, it's 50, so it's moving in the right direction. But our concern is you need to take a global perspective. We take sometimes a little bit of a Western Hemisphere perspective, but you need access to green energy everywhere, from your Australias to your Africas to parts of Latin America, et cetera, et cetera. And so access to renewable energy is really, for us, challenge number one, and it will make the biggest impact by any stretch of the imagination. Now, secondly, I was already hinting at, there's a lot of electrifications going on. We can see also when we're building new infrastructure, new modes of operation, the default mode is electric. But guess what? There's a new trend emerging, and that is not that there's a lack of technology. There's a lack of execution capability and a lack of what I call production capability. Today, if you want a turnkey area of your port electrified, you better wait in queue. You'll have to wait 18 months before it's your turn. So there's huge supply issues in actually getting the technologies to market in scale. And of course, this will be ramped up because in the end of the day, there will be commercial solutions and people will be making money of it. But we have some catching up to do. I'm not worried actually about the technology. It's an execution challenge. And then lastly, a little bit back to the water side. And maybe we can get some inspiration about the good examples. We have now, and actually in a weird way, we can thank the COVID years for that, where we've seen heavily congested terminals. We've seen shipping line as our key customers taking actions themselves. And because the schedule reliabilities were so low, and terminals were pushed for what I call recovery modes of operation rather than standard modes of operations, we've seen customers going to reinvent data exchange with us, meaning that if they're on the ocean, we get a twice weekly download of data on arrival on what's on the ship, in terms of cargo compositions, and it's continuously updated until they're literally outside and getting in. And these are also a few percentage points of efficiencies that you want to have. I think this is actually a positive trend, and we see it more and more coming because it's also driven by being on time in the end of the day. But for me, a green port, you have to work on all these three pieces in conjunction. But I'm actually optimistic. And like I said, our challenge is less technology than what we think it is. It's much more execution.
Thank you so much. I'd actually like to maybe keep on the renewable energy topic, if that's all right, and turn to you, Oisein, because obviously the shipping companies themselves face the exact same challenge as the ports. This is obviously a systemic challenge in terms of access to renewable energy to produce some of the new green fuels that we're talking about in shipping, like hydrogen, green hydrogen in particular, etc. So I just wonder from your perspective how you see that challenge in terms of access to renewable energy, and of course also how your company is kind of positioning itself and strategizing in terms of the green fuels of the future.
That was a big challenge to talk about that in a very short answer. But as you say, I think everyone is talking about the alternative fuel. What is the alternative fuel going to be? But in order for us to really be green, this has to be green in a well-to-tank perspective, and that means a well-to-wake perspective, and that means that the production of the fuel has to be done green, and that means that for most of those fuel, the e-fuels, the ammonia, that has to be produced in a green way. And as you say, that requires access to green energy, and what we see is that it will require enormous amount of energy in order to actually do that. And just an example, if you wanted to take the global shipping and transfer that to run on green ammonia tomorrow, that will require half of all the green energy that was ever produced and then I include nuclear as well, so non-fossil fuel in 2020, in order to solve a problem that are representing 2 to 3% of the global CO2 emissions. So that means that will not happen in a very short time, that shipping will have access to this green energy. So green energy is going to be a scarce resource for many, many years. So that means that we cannot only think about that will be solved. So we need to think about how can we improve what we are doing today. How can we decarbonize our business today? How can we reduce emissions? How can we make our business as efficient as possible? And then I think that we have done a lot within our vessels, within the retrofitting and technical and operational side of our vessels. But I truly think that port efficiency and efficiency around the kind of that whole rotation could be improved. Then you can optimize the speed going into the port, and also operate much more efficient in the port. I think that there's also shipping will now be measured next year on our carbon intensity. That will be open and transparent. And all ship owners need to really focus on how do we actually measure and report on our carbon intensity. So we have a strong incentive of actually doing that, make it as efficient as possible. But when we come into a port operation, as I mentioned, when we come into a major chemical hub of different terminals, we are kind of bound to the schedule that is possible from the port side, and that means that we will emit a lot of CO2 that's almost also our control, because we cannot control when we are coming to those different ports. And that extra emission, that is not measured anywhere. It's possible for us to kind of measure it, but that should be also connected to the efficiency of the port. So maybe it could be an alternative for the port also. The port reports on their direct emissions and also the supply chain emissions, but no one really report on the efficiency or the efficiency loss of an inefficient port operation. But then again, coming into my initial point, there are many different players in a port because there are many different terminals, there are refineries, there are different kind of players, bunkers, etc. in a port. So that problem has many different owners.
Thank you so much. And actually, maybe I'll just turn quickly to you, Tiemen, just to maybe respond to that, because I thought that was quite interesting what Oisein spoke about in terms of how ports can better account for some of the inefficiencies. So do you have a sort of response to that from your perspective?
Yeah, you need, the devil's in the detail, because as I said, a port is an ecosystem with many players, and the terminals have their own incentives and own standards, et cetera, et cetera. But I think, the most important thing is actually transparency. And I'm saying that because if you're open about where you are, where you emit, how good or how bad are you in the various elements of your full scope 1, 2, and 3 system, and you share that transparency and what you want to do with the various stakeholders around you, initiatives start to happen. And I come back to this renewable energy dilemma. We went through an interesting process a few months ago and said, okay, in country X and in country Y, renewable energy, we're going to wait 5 to 8 to 10 years before there's something coming. We need to force the subject. And so we've surrounded ourselves, and there's no economic interest in this other than it needs to happen. But we shared our data, the most dirtiest ports in those locations, and what can be done. And you'll be surprised if you share that with people in the know, with people with the knowledge, how you can create it, initiatives will start to launch. So for me, the transparency is very, very important. And equally, those who help you in your business around scope 3, we're demanding transparency from all our suppliers, from our 30 third-party transports. We're now demanding, and that's quite complex when you have CapEx, major expansion projects in ports, in terminals around the world. And, how are your suppliers going to build that? With what methodologies and technologies, and what are their output going to be? But you need that transparency on the table, being able to influence it. And of course, upstream energy. So my key message here is it's very important to be non-defensive and highly transparent on what is going on in your operation.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really important point. And actually, there's been a lot of, unsurprisingly, a lot of talk about this at this COP. And actually, at the beginning of the week, the UN Secretary General and his expert group released a really important report on net zero reporting. And I think what's really key here, this is obviously just as relevant in shipping and other industries as well, is actually, while 30% of companies will have a net zero goal now, which is still pretty low when you think about what we need to do in the next few years, only 15% have published them. So you need to be transparent about what that transition plan actually looks like. And then, of course, even looking at those transition plans, a lot of them don't have interim targets and some of the things that we're speaking about here. What can we do today in terms of increasing efficiency at ports, and what do we need to be doing in the future? So collaboration, working obviously with renewable energy to make sure that supply is there in the future as well. So I'd now like to turn back to you, Soren. And please, from StormGeo, so please also, on the one hand, feel free to give any kind of reflection on what has been said so far, and also given what has been said so far, what do you think we need to do to really accelerate the work of green ports?
Yeah, I think it's, when you say accelerate, it's actually a good point, because, for example, we have a big oil company who for, I think, more than 10 years have actually been operating with a commercial model where the ship is slowed down on the way to the port. If we can see the port isn't able to accept the ship slows down. There's a saving on CO2, a saving on bunker, and that's shared between the stakeholders. This model has been out there for 10 years. So you can question why hasn't it been more widely adopted? It's a tool that is used. So I definitely think there are some things to accelerate here. And then I like a lot Tiemen's point about transparency. And I really like the example that Tiemen also gave about the port benefiting from the transparency coming from the ship, right? We're now here, we have this cargo mix, we're on the way, we're now delayed, or whatever it is, right? And I think that can be a win-win for both the ship and the port if we can make that feedback loop work. So I think some of the initiatives we've seen have a great commercial basis. Some is more focused on the technical side. I think by providing transparency, and that's through digital tools from the ship to the port and vice versa, we can start to unlock this value. As soon as people see that there's waste here and that there's an economic incentive, people will start changing their behavior. So I think there's something to build on here. Low-hanging fruits.
Yes, low-hanging fruit indeed. And also a communication challenge as well to make sure that they're aware of these solutions. I just want to ask you one question also, and it's coming back a little bit to what I mentioned in my introduction. That's obviously the importance of adaptation at ports. And obviously I was wondering if some of these digital tools that you're referencing and speaking about can also support ports when it comes to adapting to future climate risks and hazards and weather hazards. So is that something that these digital tools can also support?
Yes, well, not so much maybe digital tools, but definitely climatology. Yeah. I think one thing that we are developing now, together with some very big companies, global players, is point climatology reports. That means if you're considering to build could be a data center or a port or whatever, a nuclear facility in some site, how is that site going to look in 20 years? That and 30 years due to climate change. And that sort of science should really be able to help a lot of industries to plan better. And of course, for ports, they are where they are today, right? But I'm sure when Tiemen and colleagues look about expansions or other changes to the port, this should go into the considerations, obviously. And here we are moving ahead in the weather industry to get better at that.
Yeah, no, really, really important. And I'm pleased that adaptation has been quite high on the agenda also when it comes to resilient port infrastructures, because obviously they really are on the front line of rising sea levels, both in terms of ports that might sink and then also whether the rising sea level will actually go in the opposite direction. So really important that's brought up. So we're coming sort of into the final round of questions for the panelists. And I might turn to you, Oisein, for this question, which is similar in terms of accelerating the work towards green ports, but I wonder what your view is on some of these green corridor projects that are also emerging, because I think what we're sort of touching upon a little bit throughout this discussion is that the tools and the channels are often there, but it's the collaboration, the communication that is missing. And obviously green corridors, for those that aren't aware, are public-private collaboration, sometimes private, sometimes public, but they involve a wide array of stakeholders from the port, ship owners, cargo owners, fuel producers, and we're seeing more and more. I think we have 19 now that have been announced from all over the world. So I'm wondering just quickly what your views are on those, and if you think those are the things that can really support the acceleration of green ports and also green shipping.
First of all, I do. Secondly, I think it's also important for everyone to understand what is a green corridor. Well, green corridor is an agreement or an ambition that you will do the sufficient investments on both sides in order to make sure that you can get a parity of a journey using a green fuel or an alternative fuel in order to sort of equal out the differences in price from a fossil fuel to a new fuel, and that you make sure that you do the correct investments. Because as a ship owner, we will not be able to pay more for a greener fuel if we can run on a cheaper legal fuel that is allowed to do that we can use. So that means that for us it's important that that the future fuel or a green fuel and green operations is at the same cost as the alternative. So in order to do that, the different ports have set up these ambitions to have that they agree on both sides, and also with the ship that's going to go that route, that they will do the sufficient investment. And how to get that investment? Well, I think that investment needs to come from a market-based measure. That means that someone needs to pay for the pollution, and someone needs to pay for the CO2 emissions, and that will happen. We will see that happen from the EU emission trading scheme. But I think that this kind of revenues from this ETS, it has to go back to the industry. It has to go back to contract the difference. It has to go back to the green ports in order to incentivize and finance these green ports. So I think that circular way of thinking, that the industry will be able to solve this problem if we are able to use that revenue or that tax. So now you're hearing a ship owner calling for taxes, because we're very positive to market-based measures, because we think that can really drive the transition. I am skeptical that the revenues into the ETS will just go into feeding into the EU economy or any other ETS that will go just to feed into another economy. That will only increase the cost. I think that revenue needs to come back to the industry, and that can drive projects, incentives, and finance the contract of difference in order to make a green corridor successful.
Thank you. So it sounds like from what you're saying that it will more be regulation and market-based measures that will drive the changes needed. And of course you reference ETS, but there's a equally, if not more important discussion going to be happening at the International Maritime Organization in July with the MEPC 80, where IMO member states are going to be renegotiating the greenhouse gas strategy. And there's a lot of call here at the COP. And shipping really is in the spotlight to increase its ambition, and we're hopeful that this will happen. So I'm very conscious of time, so I'd just like to turn very quickly to Tiemen for some final reflections. And actually, in particular, we're in Egypt now, but next year we'll be in the UAE for COP28. So what kind of acceleration and what kind of collaboration do you think will be needed towards green ports, and how can the COP28 presidency leverage on that?
Yeah,
big question for 1 minute.
Kind of a big question on a huge topic, right? I think I need to add to what Odfjell said. This is important, this level playing field around the cost. And it may be an underestimated point for politicians. But the beauty is, if you can reach it, I would argue that the markets will take care of the rest, if you follow me, because you will see, rather than, a fake green corridor marketing versus a real green corridor marketing will attract the business in these green corridors, and it will therefore become self-propelled. I hope I'm clear, but this is actually a key message to regulators and lawmakers, I would say. Otherwise, the only thing I can add is I come back to my words around transparency. We're learning on the go. I always say, at least in our ports business, we do other businesses in transportation. In our ports business, we found answers for 50, 60% of the troubles. So there's still a 40% left. The 60%, by the way, still need to be executed. So there's a ton of work in terms of ahead, but this transparency up and down your own value chain on what your challenges are, and bringing the partners around the table and workshop them through. For me, this is key to get the remaining part done.
Thank you. And with that, I'd like to wholeheartedly thank our panelists for joining us. I know we're out of time. So maybe just a few wrap-up points. So transparency has obviously emerged as a really a key topic, and that's not just in this conversation, that's throughout the COP27. So transparency, publishing your transition plans, and not being afraid to do so, because we're all learning, and we all need to learn from each other at this stage, because we're all stabbing a little bit in the dark. Efficiency, the tools are there, but once again, it's collaboration and communication around these tools to implement them. Regulation is important, and I agree with Oisein. The shipping industry really is calling for taxation. That doesn't always happen, so let's ensure that the regulators are hearing that, particularly with a view to this summer at the International Maritime Organization. And then once again, another key theme throughout this COP, and I think I touched upon this, tools and channels are there. It's people, it's collaboration that are going to unlock these. So let's keep on talking, and thank you very much for joining us here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, it's day 1, week 2 at COP27, and welcome to the Pioneer the Possible Pavilion. It's not often you get the chance to hear about something that's truly innovative, elegant, and extremely yellow. But today, we've got a fantastic panel that's going to explore a new frontier in renewable energy. Clean, safe, reliable ocean energy. My name is Robert Watt. I'm from Stockholm Environment Institute. It's a real pleasure to be moderating today's panel, a panel of real experts. Let me present them to you now. Ambassador Anna Lindstedt, who is the Swedish ambassador for the ocean. We have Dr. Martin Edlund, who is CEO of Minesto. And we have Roland Roesch, who is acting director of IRENA Innovation and Technology Center. I'm going to hand back this fantastic prop to the man who invented it, and he will no doubt present his, well, it's not really a yellow submarine, but it's a pretty amazing yellow kite. But before we get there, I'd like to turn to Roland. Roland, you've been working in this space, ocean energy, renewables, for a long time. I think we actually need a bit of an introduction as to ocean energy and what is it? What are the sorts of potential solutions that it can offer to the world? Roland.
Yes, good morning. Nice to be here. Thanks to the Swedish pavilion to invite us here on me to speak on behalf of the International Renewable Energy Agency. We are the International Renewable Energy Agency with 164 member countries, most European countries, also Sweden or all European Union countries are members of IRENA. And we have a mandate to basically support member countries in implementing renewable energy technologies and accelerate the implementation. And we have also a mandate as the Energy Transition Agency. And of course, many of our members globally have long coastlines. We have 380 small island development states in our country, and ocean energy technologies has been important since 2014 because a lot of members contacted us and say we have this ocean coastline, especially on SIDS. You sometimes have not enough space for solar and wind energy projects. Also, ocean energy technologies have a characteristic which is basically a base load characteristic. So ocean energy technologies can help to integrate higher shares of variable renewables. So if you combine ocean energy technologies with renewable energy technologies onshore, you find a better balance, you can cooperate better, and you can stabilize the energy system. In some cases, this may even help to come to 100% renewables, which is basically what we want to achieve. And I have to say, on the ocean energy technology space, it is different than offshore renewable wind, because this is an established, mature, commercialized technologies. It wasn't the case 10 years ago, but it is now, and we have 42 gigawatts of offshore wind already implemented, and there is high expectations from IRENA to achieve globally 380 gigawatts by 2030 and 2,000 gigawatts by 2050. But with ocean energy technologies, so with tidal, with salinity gradient, with wave energy, but also with ocean thermal conversions, we have technologies of which only tidal is actually currently operated, and it is about 95% of the world ocean energy technology capacity implemented in 2 projects, one in Korea and one in France. And of course, those tidal range and tidal hub projects are very often related to very big infrastructure projects, which kind of brings part of the commercialization. But we see, and this is what is the important thing to say. We have since 2014 worked in the space with patent studies, and at that time ocean energy technologies had a very academic characteristic. But now, since the last 2 years, we see here, as from Minesto, that real technologies developed, which are very close to come into the water and which may reach soon the level of commercialization. In reality, it is not that ocean energy technology is where it ranges. There are some technology, as I said, so the tidal hub, you can probably harvest these renewable energies at $15 per kilowatt, and it may go up in the range for ocean energy technologies up to 40. I think with thermal energy conversion, it can go to $65 per kilowatt. But in this sense, the ocean energy technologies are not yet fully commercial, and they cannot really compete with onshore wind and with offshore wind, with hydropower, and also not with solar. But as I said, they bring a lot of benefits, and to improve the cost position of these ocean energy technologies, a thing that we call sector coupling is important. It is important to bring down the cost of ocean energy technologies by combining these technologies with freshwater production, with desalination, with fishing and fishing activities and other activities you can think of that go on in the sea, also partly in the oil and gas industry. They are using now ocean energy technologies, which will help to make an implementation of these technologies. As said, IRENA believes that we will have about 10 gigawatts globally by 2030. So this would be already very nice to be achieved, because it is such a beneficial technology which goes beyond just looking at the costs of the levelized cost of energies, because it has these benefits in helping to integrate other technologies and can help also to combine in other sectors. Important for me, that's it? Okay.
Roland, it's absolutely fantastic. Before we almost drown in this amazing depth of information, I want to sort of give Dr. Edlund an opportunity to talk about this innovative, elegant and very yellow innovation he has as a particular illustration of the sorts of ocean technologies. And perhaps you'll also, Martin, be able to tell us a little bit about how it meets some of these sort of advantages and benefits that Roland is beginning to sort of set out for us. We're then going to unpack a lot more of the issues around competitiveness and sector coupling as we come along. But Martin, tell us about your wonderful kite.
Thank you, Roland and Robert. And also, I noted that you said before we drowned. You didn't want an intentional joke there, was it? I think it's about time to really clarify the message that technologies that convert kinetic energy in the oceans into renewable, sustainable electricity, they are now available for commercial rollout. We're still in early phases, as Roland said, that there are cost positions that are higher, but we are in smaller scale and we still have some learning curves to climb. But it's also fair to say that there is quite an amount of technology competition going on here also. We've not reached dominant designs in all those areas, and there are just in our area of tidal and ocean currents, there are more than 100 different projects and companies working on bringing technologies with the right performance and operating performances in place. And we believe from the results we have of our grid-connected machine in the Faroe Islands in the Atlantic that we can offer a technology that will significantly improve the cost position of tidal in-stream generation of electricity. And the reason for that is that we're using a unique principle that can reach into lower flow sites. It's always an advantage when you're working with kinetic energy to have high flows, because there is a square relationship between how much energy that is available related to the speed, same as with wind. But by using the principle that we have, where we can sweep a large cross-section of the ocean by having an underwater plane or a kite attached to the seabed with a tether, then we can have this move in a controlled trajectory of an 8, because it's an advanced control system with rudders on board. So by flying this downstream in the tether, we cover a large cross-section of the ocean and collect the energy from that whole cross-section, and then we take the power on board via a more or less conventional power takeoff system with a turbine generator gearbox, and then bring it through the tether to subsea cabling, where we can also benefit now a lot from some of the solutions that offshore wind and floating offshore wind is bringing to the table, with anchoring solutions and with subsea transmission and distribution solutions. And this principle will take us all the way into utilizing ocean currents. They are lower in flow intensity than tidal currents, but they are continuous. So if we look at the cost of energy systems that will take us all the way where we need to be as quickly as possible, we believe that by looking at the cost for the consumers of being a part of a net zero or a 100% renewable energy mix, in many parts of the world, we can lower the cost from generation in such a system by those plannable, predictable injections of electric energy into the grid mix that we offer. So I think that might be enough of an introduction to take us forward. Yeah.
Thanks, Martin. It's a brilliant introduction and really quite inspiring to see the sort of technologies that you've managed to develop here. And linking back, just to be completely clear, Roland, you pointed out that in terms of ocean energy, there is an opportunity to use them to stabilize energy systems because of the predictability. Even if it's low flow, it's that predictability that is sort of a key puzzle piece for many, perhaps small island developing states, for example, in order for them to really have the access to renewable energy that they need. So I think that's a key point to get across here, alongside the innovation and this amazing technology that you've invented. Let me just turn quickly, Roland, before I come back to you. I'd like to bring in Ambassador Lindstedt. Ambassador, earlier this year there was a UN Ocean Conference, so ocean is still quite high on the international agenda. And we've talked for some time about a blue economy, perhaps a sustainable blue economy. I just want to get your perspective on the ocean as a place for solutions to climate change and a place for innovation for sustainability.
Thank you very much. And some of the nerds of these negotiations might know that Sweden has been in the driver's seat to bring in the ocean agenda as an integral part of the negotiating process. And it's now, we had last year in Glasgow a cover decision, and we also have now a yearly dialogue on the nexus between ocean and climate change, and that is a major achievement. Because the ocean is actually a buffer against climate change. And some people might not know that if it hadn't been for the ocean, we would have been much worse. The situation would have been much worse. The ocean absorbs excess heat, 25% of the carbon we emit. But tipping points are close, so we have to be careful. We have to take care of our oceans. And we see a lot of problems: eutrophication, ocean acidification, environmental degradation, overfishing, and so on and so forth. But there is a big potential to tap the unused opportunities of the ocean and the ocean economy. And for mitigation, because to lower emissions, because not just the ocean as such, but also what's in the ocean, mammals, seagrass meadows actually absorb many times more carbon than terrestrial plants. Coastal plants like mangrove, the same. So it's an important potential and opportunity to lower emissions and to sequester carbon, and also to adapt to climate change. Because if we grow these underwater species, if we grow mangrove, we will also build resilience towards the effect of climate change. And the blue economy is growing, but I think we're just in the beginning of it. For food, I mean, we're in a difficult situation worldwide when it comes to food security, food production. We can grow, I think the Secretary General said we can grow 6 times more food using the oceans. And this is an environmentally friendly way of growing food. We don't need fertilizers. It's fairly easy. We don't need a very complicated technology. So there's a big potential there. And not just fish, because we overfish. But if we can have fish farms in a sustainable way, and there's now new technology in Sweden to also take out the sludge from the fish ponds and use it for biogas, and also to convert it into fertilizer and use it on land, so that we close the loop in a circular economy. So there's a big potential there. And of course, in the we had just had a session on shipping, which was very interesting. So that's a big potential there to lower emissions and to have green shipping. But of course, energy. And I think most people think of when you say ocean energy, it's ocean-based wind energy. But this huge and very exciting technology that I mean, it's not new, but I think we're still very much in the beginning of it. And this predictability that is so important to balance the energy system. I've just taken up this position, so I'm very new. I'm not an expert yet, but I see a big potential. And I see there's a community out there working on oceans. In the UN system, we have the UN Decade on Ocean Research and Science. We have conservationists, many big and small organizations out there working. And we have, above all, a very large part of the world's population depending on the ocean for their livelihoods, all over the world, on the islands, but also coastal communities, because 70% of the world is covered by oceans. That's a big area. So, to sum up, a lot of challenges, but also enormous potential. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for that. You bring in 2 aspects that are really important that we might want to revisit. One is the aspect of the ocean ecosystem and how that can coexist with these sorts of technologies. And the other is the very positive, the very necessary requirement for us to provide renewable energy to a very large part, a number of populations that perhaps haven't had that opportunity so far. Roland, I know you're dying to come back in again. IRENA has just launched an innovation outlook on ocean energy. I wonder whether you want to talk us about some of the key aspects of that, bearing in mind that there are 100 at least other companies working in this space. But also I'd love it if you could pick up this point about the sector coupling, which Anna actually mentioned when she talked about fishing and shipping. So over to you, Roland.
Thank you very much. Just want to say a few words also of what Ambassador Lindstedt said. Also, IRENA clearly sees that ocean energy can provide significant socio-economic opportunities to countries with coastal areas, island territory, such as job creation, improved livelihoods, local value change, and enhanced synergies between the blue economy actors. So blue economy is basically very much related to what I mentioned, which brings all these aspects of sector coupling together with all the things that happens on islands, from desalination, freshwater production, fishery, energy production, and also sustainable inter-island traffic. Their ocean energy technologies have also to provide a big opportunity. And I think it's very nice that you ask about our ocean energy technologies outlook. What are the key findings and what can we expect from innovation companies in this sector? It's quite a, I have written a few comments here of and how we structure this. So what are the key findings from this report? So energy harnessed from the oceans through offshore renewables can contribute to the decarbonisation of the power sector and other end user applications relevant for the blue economy, as I mentioned, shipping, cooling, water desalination. Tidal barrage technology still dominates. I've mentioned already this, so 89% of the technologies is this. Interest in ocean energy is global, with Europe as a front runner. Sweden has been mentioned, but there is other countries, also the UK is extremely active. I think what I see, and I've mentioned it, the commercialization of ocean energy technologies is still a little bit difficult because it's not at the cost level and levelized cost that we have in other renewables. And I think cooperation in managing the water basins and how you do, and also the cooperation amongst countries is very important. I think we have seen the European Union now stepping forward in having implemented an objective of supporting 6 gigawatt of ocean energy technologies, which is already amazing. We have seen now in the Nordic a cooperation between the Nordic countries and Germany's on offshore wind, and I think similar cooperations are needed for ocean energy technologies to make sure that this technology finds its way into commercialization. So what do we see? The current, and I've mentioned the levelized cost for tidal is estimated between $20 and 45. And now for these technologies we have here, which is current or wave related, we still have $30 till 55. So this is, while I say a commercialization and a feed-in tariff or something to enable this technology is needed. Unfortunately, the only province or country in the world that has a feed-in tariff for ocean energy technologies to commercialize them is Canada, is the province of Nova Scotia. And I think this is very important that we in Europe, which are the front runner, I would say about 55% of the patents for ocean energy technologies we have in Europe. And let's say from patent to come now to commercialization, some support of this technology is needed. It is also, as I mentioned, there is a lot of benefits which you cannot cover under the levelized cost of energies that this ocean energy technologies brings. The other thing, the big concern for IRENA as the International Renewable Energy Agency, we believe that all renewables have to play an important role if we want to achieve the 1.5 degrees Paris objective. But this will only work if we also get by mid-century, by 2050, to 100 gigawatt of ocean energy technologies because of the characteristics as having this baseload characteristic, but also ocean energy technologies are much better predictable than solar and wind. And because of this characteristic and the potential to integrate with other renewables, we need in many places of the world ocean energy technologies, and that's why it is worth to take efforts to support this technology, to set up research and development, but also help the innovators to get the technologies into the sea and to scale it up and to bring up this technology into the commercial space. And it was already said, I think the basic principles of ocean energy technologies are known. So the people in the world, they know, and there are good books, what are the main principles to harvest the different ocean energy. So thermal, wave, salinity gradient, and also tidal. A little bit of a problem is what was said earlier here. So there are different 300 types of patterns that go in different directions. And what we see as IRENA, if we want to commercialize these technologies, we need to think also to a certain extent in going in a direction of standardization of the different principles, because standardization helps to scale up, standardization helps to bring down the cost. And it is also important if you think, and this is what we see now in offshore wind, in solar and other technologies, there are substantial problems with supply chains. And let's say if everybody develops his own technology with own principles and all kind of parts and technology parts of a technology, we will not match the scaling up also from the side of the supply chains.
Brilliant, Roland. I know you're dying to come in, Martin, because you immediately picked up the microphone when Roland started talking about the cost associated. This is exactly what I'd like you to talk about. Cost, commercialization. We've heard that we want to see 100 gigawatts by 2050. Can you be part of that? How much can you offer? What do you need to be getting to commercial levels?
Well, we need to populate the sites that we are now developing and permitting, starting in the Faroe Islands. And I think it's, I mean, now I'm of course a representative of one of those 100 technologies. I'm hopefully biased, I think that's my job. but for us, I'd say that we've really carefully looked into the levelized cost of energy analysis since many years back into this, using the US Department of Energy standards for this. So it's also a fully loaded LCOE calculation all the way through landfall and up to grid. And we believe that the first 10 to 20 megawatt arrays will be between 15 and 20 US cents per kilowatt hour, which is about half of what our colleagues in the tidal sector, representing what we then say is more or less first generation solutions, horizontal axis, permanently fixed turbines. And why can we say that? Are we just sloppy or ignorant on how to calculate this, or optimists? I think that there are two extremely important cost drivers in this that is to our advantage. One is that the weight of the system is 10 to 20 times lighter per installed capacity than other solutions. So 1 megawatt for us is around 20 tons. And for the other solutions, it's at least 200 tons. So that, of course, makes it possible to reduce costs of logistics and operations around it. And not the least when it comes to marine operations. If you have to lift things that are heavy or retrieve them from the seabed, you immediately damage your investment calculations and your cost of energies. Our principle is also that we float this one out. So we can use a small workboat instead of a DP vessel. So, and I mean, we're still then in the early phase of and talking about 15 to 20 US cents per kilowatt hour. When we build some scale and push it forward, we have a significant cost reduction in front of us. And even if we're even if we're more pessimistic than for instance with offshore wind, we can say that we believe that we will be more cost effective than offshore wind when we have installed around 200 megawatts capacity, which is then 200 units. So I think that there is still technology competition ongoing, and I hope that we will be able to offer IRENA and other also research-based institutes more evidence on how far we will be able to push this to really make this a part of the toolbox for the 100 renewable energy systems. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Martin, for picking that point up. I actually want to ask a couple of follow-ups, if I may. One is immediately on this point about standardization to help get to scale. Is that something you see as being necessary?
I mean, it's something that we talk a lot about, especially when the politicians ask. They ask for collaborations, and there are research institutes trying to, coordinate supply chains. But I think we are a little bit cocky in that sense, saying that we still believe that there is technology competition ongoing, and we need to have very efficient energy conversion, and we need to adopt the technologies to the environment where the natural resource is. So there will be collaborations, and there will be synergistic effects on anchoring things to the seabed and subsea transformers, hubs, and so forth. But it's really a matter of building scale and getting the real heavy supply chain actors on board. Offshore oil and gas that seriously want to see transition. For us, it could be actors in the aerospace arena that are good at system integration. They start moving now, and that will have a significant impact also on manufacturing and supply chains.
Great, thanks very much, Martin. One last follow-up to you, if I may. We talked about sector coupling. We had some examples on, inter-island transport, which I really liked, and fisheries we've heard as well. Can you tell us about ones that you've got in mind for your technology, and have you got any idea of what the benefits or co-benefits and how they might be quantified?
Yeah, I think Roland mentioned some of the really interesting coupling opportunities here. I mean, desalination to get fresh water. It's also an application where if you know that you will produce a certain amount of water in a certain period of time, you don't need to add storage. You can use your water buffer as storage. You don't need you can use the tidal to generate it. The application or the coupling that we think is one of the growth couplings and where it's going to be most beneficiary, not the least since we are in the Faroe Islands, but also looking into Southeast Asia, is aquaculture of different kinds. We know that today, and this is also coupled to the freshwater situation, because to do aquaculture, fish farming, you do, if it's salmon in the Atlantic, it's 20 months in a tank, 10 months in the ocean. Just 10 years ago, it was the other way around. 10 months in the tank and 20 months in the ocean. So that means just for Faroe Islands, they've doubled their production capacity because the scarce resource is ocean, the right ocean conditions close to shore. But this is also a recycling of water challenge. And now 98%, 99% of the water is recycled. But it takes a lot of pumping biofilters, and it consumes a lot of electricity. So then we can go sustainable direction by preserving water. But if we're fueling this with diesel gensets, we're still in trouble. So there is really a demand and a push from the sector where we are to take it to 100% renewable energy supply. And this is business. It's not just being a good citizen. In the Faroe Islands, they sell the salmon, which is the highest quality in the world, I believe, because of the fresh waters they have. They sell it directly to sashimi restaurants in New York, Manhattan. They stopped flying the salmon there. So they have a new process to cool it down to 0 degrees, to ship it right in, so it has exactly the right, even from Japanese standards, the right quality of the salmon. And they can get a premium for it because they sell it as sustainable salmon. But when the wind is not blowing today in the Faroe Islands, the diesel gensets kick in, and that's a context that they want to quickly get out of. So those are some of the couplings that we immediately see.
Great examples, Martin. My mouth is watering with this in mind. It's hard to put a price on mouth-watering, but I want to come to at you, Anna, if I may. You have worked quite a lot recently, actually, with the green transition. I wanted to tap into your experience and expertise around this point of scaling innovations, and perhaps also bearing in mind what governments and what policy might do to help get to scale and get to this 100 gigawatt by 2050 that Roland was talking about.
Million-dollar question. Just first one point on the environmental aspects and the sustainability aspects of this, because I mean the weight that the fact that you don't have to put large heavy installations is also very good for ecosystems, and that's part of the reason why you're able, the Faroe Islands are able to sell I mean, if they get energy from this tidal energy, to sell it as sort of totally sustainable. And when it comes to scaling things up, of course, the most important part of any government is to have a global target on whether it's in Sweden or elsewhere, and to create the right conditions. We also need marine spatial planning. Like if we plan a city, that's urban planning is a no-no, and not questions asked. Marine spatial planning, people think, oh, what is this? Sounds weird, but it isn't actually. You have to plan the ocean in the same way as you plan cities and countries. When it comes to scale, I must admit I'm not an energy expert, so I don't want to get into too muddy waters. But of course, we need to have systems to support innovation. And that's why I think IRENA comes in as an international body. But of course, at the national level, we need to have provide possibilities for test beds through innovation agencies. At the Nordic level, we have also a Nordic Innovation Agency. We have a Swedish Innovation Agency. We have regional innovation agencies. In the third world, it's a bit more difficult. But then again, IRENA comes in. But just one last point. I want to make some publicity for the event we are having at noon, at 12 o'clock, where we will actually present the case study from the Faroe Islands. Very fascinating. We will also have representatives from the Faroe Islands here. Thank you.
And Anna, you and I will swap places at that point, or well, you'll take over as moderator, which is wonderful. Before we wrap things up, I look to the audience here and wonder whether they might have a question about this extraordinary innovation technology, but also getting into the details around cost curves and the like. Any questions from the audience? Just wave your hand and we'll get a mic to you. Yes, please.
Sorry, please, I'd just love to find out what's like the capex outlay for this ocean energy currently, from what we can see right now, to produce roughly around 250 megawatts of power.
On what scale?
250.
250 megawatts.
Yes.
250 megawatt scale.
Yes.
The first array of underwater park we're planning, we see the total capex, including all infrastructure to shore, not including onshore grid distribution, is somewhere around 1.6 million US per megawatt installed.
Great, thank you, Martin. Great question, Roland.
I think that's exactly the point. No, the capex is still very high because ocean energy technologies requires a lot of infrastructure, and this infrastructure argument is very important. While technologies like this and connecting floating offshore wind, connecting offshore wind projects, and there are huge programs now, especially in the Nordic. And I think to harvest in the best way the resources available in the ocean, it is also necessary to combine with what we already discussed with other sectors, but also combine the opportunities for the energy harvesting, and let's say to have offshore wind, floating offshore wind, and ocean energy technologies combined to also basically balance the infrastructure cost for connecting those technologies will play an important role. And I hope that there is a possibility to do a little bit of more coordination with all these upcoming technology projects. I think that will be 60 gigawatt in the North Sea, and there will be a lot of other projects in the world coming up, huge projects, where there is space also to harvest wave energy and current.
Thank you very much, Roland. Can I give a last word to Martin Edlund from Minesto? Martin, you've been here a bit last week and you're here now. What does the next 12 months hold for you? Where would you like to be by COP28?
We want to have the world's largest underwater array of tidal devices in operation in the Faroe Islands. It's an aggressive goal, but I think it's doable given where we are with the timelines there. I also want to be in full-blown site development in Southeast Asia. And I think this also is a reflection of being here at COP, that if we can combine state aid and support to the parts of the world where we suffer the most from a carbon footprint, but where there is also perhaps not the financial resources to drive that change ourselves, then to invest and support investments in ocean energy and renewable generation is one of the most clever things we can do. Because then we create local value chains that move towards sustainability. And this is what you see when you talk to mining companies, to industrial actors in Indonesia, Philippines. If we can find a way of supporting with the right toolbox of renewables in those areas, that's investments that's going to benefit the local environment and the globe. And actually also from a Swedish perspective then, or the technology provider's perspective. And I also think that since the new government came to Sweden here just a few months ago, that we're combining foreign trade and state aid in the same office is, I think, in the right direction related to this comment.
Thank you very much, Martin. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Roland. When I was asked to moderate this panel, I have to admit I was incredibly ignorant about this type of technology, this area of ocean energy, and I was a bit skeptical. Yeah, drop in the ocean stuff, really, surely. But having listened to you guys, I do think there is huge potential for people who are vulnerable, for creating new value chains, and for establishing clusters of innovators and energy investors. So I'd really like to thank you very much. I'd like to invite the audience to thank you for such a fascinating panel, and to encourage anybody who wants to know more about a specific project to come back at 12 o'clock and hear from Martin and Anna about their project in the Faroe Islands. Thanks very much.
Good morning. I'm Arunabha Ghosh. I'm the CEO of the Council on Energy, Environment and Water from India. It's a pleasure to invite all of you here to this very important panel on collaboration as a key enabler for decarbonisation here at the Swedish Pavilion at COP27. Net zero is not a call for an energy transition. It is a call for an economic transformation. It impacts how we live, how we eat, how we move, how we make things, how we use things, how we recycle things. Unless we look at the entirety of the economy and link it to the entirety of our society, we will not have a sustainable ecology. In order to do that, of course, negotiations are needed. But negotiations are just a nudge. What needs to happen after the ambition is set is the action. And here we are with a stellar panelist of climate leaders to look at the actions and the accountability associated with the move towards net zero. And how do we drive collaborations that can move us towards meeting those goals we've set for ourselves, move to those goals faster, but also then build the trust to ratchet up our ambitions. We have with us on the panel today the Honorable Minister for Energy from Chile, Mr. Pardo. We have Mary Burrs-Warlick, the Deputy Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, the Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency, Mr. Francesco La Camera, and of course the CEO of Hitachi Energy, Mr. Claudio Fachin. You could not have got a better panel of international organizations, business leaders, and political leaders to drive this conversation about collaboration. So let me dive straight in. And let me start by asking a question to Mr. La Camera. Francesco, you recently warned that the world is facing irreversible climate change impacts unless urgent action is taken. What is the role of collaboration in turning this tide?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. It's very nice also the setting. I love this wooden chair. When I was passing by, I think, oh, that's a good sign. Huh? You know, it's not just in these days. It's already a couple of years that we are saying very clear that the windows of opportunity to stay in line with the achievement of the Paris Agreement goals is at risk. That 1.5 is really may soon vanish, and also the 2 degrees at risk. This is what our analysis say very clearly. In this context, as has been said, we have in this month, starting before Glasgow, from Paris to now, we have seen an increasing number of commitments on net zero. I think now 135 countries there's already committed on this. We have seen an increasing presence of renewables into the NDC commitment. Unfortunately, the target 2030 are just half of what should be needed to be in line with the Paris Agreement. But at least the climate is completely different than 10 years or just 5 years ago. So we don't need, this to say correctly, other political declaration, other political commitments. Now is the time to put this commitment in the ground. And the name, also the title of this COP is relevant in this context. So the COP of implementation. I'm sure that in the way towards the COP28 in the UAE, the implementation and action will be there and, as a first topic. Naturally, next year there will be also the global stocktake that will be inevitably in some negotiation. In this context, how is important collaboration? I think I'm quite satisfied in the way that the Egyptian president has managed this exercise, because we have seen in this edition of the COP more closer attention to the role of the private sector. We are not yet there, but there is this movement in transforming the mood of the COP in a more action-oriented way. Concerning the collaboration, this is absolutely key. Naturally, possibly I will have also to enlarge on this concept in my next chance. What I want to say now is that we have worked to have the private sector more closer to the work of IRENA, and we have launched this alliance for energy decarbonisation that I think is relevant. We see the number of government, number of companies that are coming in this initiative that is increasing day after day. We have now 28 very strong companies there. We have launched the Alliance for Offshore Wind. There is also a way where public and private can work together. We have seen the flourishing on this partnership, and I think this element that is to be looked at as a positive trend coming from Glasgow through this COP to the next one in the UAE.
Thank you, Francesco. You've, of course, talked about the alliances at the international level to bring the public and the private together. But Mary Burst-Warlick, the International Energy Agency was forged 50 years ago at a time of an energy crisis. We are back again where the climate crisis and the energy crisis are all converging. But when you think about the future and you think about the progression towards net zero, what kind of cooperative mechanisms are needed between the energy producers and the energy consumers to drive the agenda forward in an accelerated way?
Very good. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here with you. And I have to say, I think the theme of this particular discussion is just really important. You're absolutely right. The IEA was founded back in 1974 precisely on the basis of a need for international cooperation, and today it's more important than ever, for sure. This has been, as I said, the IEA has been a major proponent of strong international collaboration, really across governments and industry and civil society, and increasingly so with civil society, in terms of the work that we're doing in the climate and clean energy space. But very much focused on the need to accelerate progress on innovation, technology, access, and best practices policies. So I think it's important to start by saying we all have a lot to learn from each other, and and stronger international cooperation will be really vital for achieving our goals with respect to the clean energy transition, and really making it cheaper and easier for everyone, and really more achievable. In fact, in our global net zero roadmap in 2050, that we issued last May, we said that an absence of sufficient strong international cooperation really could risk delaying the transition to net zero emissions by several decades. So I think that really underscores that point. And I'd just like to mention a few specific areas where we think international collaboration is vitally important. First, to strengthen collaborative networks and knowledge sharing to support innovation. There's no question that a step up in terms of technology innovation is going to be critical to achieving net zero goals. We can do that as we are among the existing international organizations with our partners all across the world, but this is vitally important. Second, it is going to be really important to agree on common standards and definitions for key low emission fuels and materials, to provide transparency and clarity to market participants. Third, international collaboration really must seek to aggregate demand commitments as well for lower net zero emission technologies across various geographies and sectors to create stronger global market signals. And we really need a larger share of governments and companies jointly committing to high quality and ambitious targets. And fourth, I would just say we think it's really important to better coordinate technical and financial assistance for developing countries in particular, in close partnership with MDBs, philanthropies, and business. And our analysis, as you may be aware, has shown that getting on track for net zero by 2050 was going to require a tripling in terms of spending on clean energy and infrastructure to 2030, and we realize this is really a significant ask, really important, but circling back to your original question, we think that this global energy crisis we are in the midst of right now really presents an opportunity for all countries around the world to recommit even more to net zero and climate goals, and to really doing what's necessary to increase the investments in renewables in the clean energy transition.
Indeed, we have to ensure that the urgent does not trump the important in a way in terms of where we need to go. But Minister Pardo, what Ms. Warlick talked about, this demand aggregation and the delivery of coordinated finance and investment towards these newer technologies for the Global South, these seem to be levers for moving the action. So from your perspective in South America, of course Chile is doing a lot on its own, but what is the framework of cooperation across the region that can help to coordinate that investment faster and in greater volume?
Thank you. And building on what Mary just said, so in Latin America, we have been rather successful in growing the renewable industry, not just us, Uruguay too, for example. But that comes with the issue that we are increasing the variability of our grids, and in order to kind of give the next step and finally phasing out coal and replacing natural gas, we need to improve the flexibility of our energy systems. And just for give you a number, last week in Chile, we were able to, for the first time in history, we were injecting into electricity grid about 29% of the grid of the energy injected comes with wind and solar, and that contrasts for the first time with just 25 from coal. For the first time in history, we were able to inject more energy from wind and solar than from carbon. But in order to fully decarbonize our grid, we need to improve flexibility. And a couple of things we can do on a regional level to increase the flexibility of our grids. First thing is to physically interconnect the grids. Unlike Europe or other places in the world, in South America, the national grids are not interconnected, except from some exceptions in Uruguay and Argentina and Brazil. Specific regions are interconnected, but the region is not connected. And interconnecting the grids will provide greater flexibility to the way in which you administer the grid. And it will give you a pool of resources much greater than the one that single countries had on its own. The second thing you need to do in order to fully decarbonize our systems, we're going to have to invest in technologies that are less proven. And one thing we need to do is to improve our technical cooperation, so the uncertainty related to these less proven technologies, I'm talking about for CSP, pump hydro, storage, all the things that give you the flexibility to replace coal and natural gas, are less proven in the places in which they are going to be built, these power plants. So improving technical cooperation will reduce the uncertainty of the project, and that's a good thing. And we also need, and Mary just said something about this, we need to improve our financial cooperation in both ways. We need to aggregate demand, of course, and we also need to help to build ways in order to diversify the risks that each country faces by itself. And So I will sum it up in those three ideas. We need interconnecting the grids in order to prove greater flexibility. We need to improve technical cooperation in order to reduce the uncertainty of less proven technologies. And finally, we also need to improve in financial cooperation in order to have better ways of diversifying the risks of the projects.
We could have plotted this answer before, but we haven't. But it's incredible how much in sync you are with what we've been doing at CEEW. We introduced this concept of technology co-development, that the projects are built in collaboration in the geographies where this infrastructure is going to come up, so that you can de-risk. And you then pool the risks across geographies to be able to lower the risk curve. But it's your first point, which nobody better than Claudio Fachin to answer, interconnections. I mean, Claudio, you would recall last year this initiative called One Sun, One World, One Grid was announced, that the India and the UK had pushed. So when you look at these collaborations across geographies, in addition to the technical interconnections, what other interconnections do we need? Claudio.
Thank you, and you made a great point. Flexibility can also be addressed with, interconnecting a much more complex energy system, but starting always with, from a technology provider standpoint, let's clear the concern that there is a lot of technology available today to do a lot of what you mentioned, to add the flexibility that is required to manage this higher complexity, variability on the supply side, but also much different patterns of consumption of that electricity across the sectors. Now, if you look at it from a deployment of that technology, we look at collaboration from, first of all, across the value chain. So within the energy sector, within the value chain, starting from the planning, the build, the operation, and also within the value chain from a technical perspective, the generation, the transmission, the distribution, and the consumption. All of that is a much more integrated system as we go forward and electrify, and also with other complements of green resources such as, for instance, hydrogen, that also Chile is working a lot to complement that whole future clean energy system. The other aspect, and of course, when it comes to then going beyond the borders of a region, of a country, of a continent, of course, there is a need to take the collaboration across market, across geography to the next level. There is no doubt that this new energy system will require more of that, will require more collaboration, therefore more trust across all those countries and regions. The sector collaboration, because of this complexity, because of this holistic view of this future energy system, it's essential. And there is, of course, starting within the sector, whether it's the transmission and distribution grid piece, whether it's the generation, the consumption patterns, collaborating within that same sector in order for us to deploy the technology, in order for us to deliver the projects on time and on cost. We have to force ourselves to look at new business models because of the new challenging complexity to deploy those technologies. And then, of course, really important, you mentioned it as well, is the collaboration across the sectors, because today that energy system requires us on the grid side to much better understand how the consumption will be. Transport, electrification of industrial processes, how to integrate new sources of energy, for instance, hydrogen. So all of that is, again, territory, geography, across countries for the regional approach, the sectors within the sectors, and then all the stakeholders across that value chain.
Mary, if I may just pick up on what Claudio is saying. The energy transition is just not one sector. It's not just electricity. It is buildings. It is transport. It is industry. it is even agriculture. How is the IEA, in which way are you weaving through these silos? Is it sectoral, is it geographic, is it pathways? Tell us a little bit more about how IEA is approaching this interconnection.
Yeah, no, very much along the lines that Claudia has just been describing. Moving beyond these sectoral silos, we think is going to be increasingly important, and it's been a key focus of the IEA's work for a while, and it will be really, we think, a very powerful and important way to accelerate clean energy transitions. So. Just to highlight a couple of key areas that we'd mentioned where we were focusing. One is collaboration in terms of energy supply and infrastructure that can be used across multiple sectors. So we've just heard about this with respect to the electricity sector for sure, but I would just underline that with respect to electricity and hydrogen, for example, there are going to be key energy inputs to decarbonize a number of end-use sectors, such as buildings, transport, and industry. So understanding what those common bottlenecks are, best-in-class technologies, successful policies for increasing their supplies will be really important to achieve the goals in both those areas. And similarly for CO2 transport and storage infrastructure, which could be shared across multiple sectors to enable things like carbon capture and storage, which will continue to be increasingly important. And I just mentioned that there are already a number of partnerships that are focusing in these areas, the Clean Energy Ministerial, the Mission Innovation, and that the IEA are through our TCPs. Second point I would make is collaboration across supply chains, really very important. So clean energy transitions will benefit from actors at various stages of the value supply chain working in tandem to support the decarbonization. And we know that the supply chain issue is going to be very important as the new energy economy is created. With regard to clean electricity, power purchase agreements specifying renewables and batteries are increasingly being used. And with regards to clean minerals, those who purchase materials such as vehicle manufacturers from the transport sector, construction companies from the banking sector, and renewable energy developers within the electricity sector are making commitments to purchase new low-emission materials. So all of those collaborations are really important. And then I'll just mention one last point, which is, of course, increasing circularity through increased cross-sectoral reuse and recycling, which is going to be incredibly important as well. For example, with electric vehicle batteries, looking for ways to give them a second life in secondary storage. So, and then just one plug, the supply chain lens, which we're talking about, and including areas for cooperation is in fact the focus of our upcoming IEA publication called the Energy Technology Perspective 2023, which is going to be released in January. So please keep an eye out for that too. Thank you.
Wonderful. We'll certainly look out for that. In fact, this issue of the supply chain is absolutely critical. I served on the Secretary General's high-level expert group on net zero commitments of state actors. And in our recommendations last week, we make it very clear that corporations moving towards net zero have to also ensure it's net zero for scope 2 and scope 3 emissions as well. It's not just sufficient to look at your scope 1. And that's why this entirety of the supply chain then creates a demand pull for the cleaner technologies. Talking about technologies, Francesco, if I may now come back to you. IEA and IRENA worked with the high-level champions for climate to produce this breakthrough agenda report for 2022. So what are these breakthrough priorities that you've identified that we can all coalesce around?
So I think already in your introduction you mentioned the topics of the breakthrough that at least this edition. So I have attention to power, I think steel, hydrogen, agriculture and transport. So I think one of the main outcome of that report is linked to the financial aspect of the collaboration, how financial can work for providing, increasing support for these 5 sectors. But if you allow me, I think that now we are talking about collaboration in this context. If I say that the message that we are trying to spread out along these days on this aspect of the collaboration, I think that we have to reimagine and we have to rewrite the way collaboration works between developed and developing countries. And as for the success of the old centralized energy system based on fossil fuel, infrastructure is a key. We don't think, honestly, that we can accelerate our path for having more renewable energy into the system if we don't provide for an infrastructure that is in line with the need of having more renewables into the energy. So as the Minister have said, the interconnection, the flexibility, the balance of the grid is essential. So physical infrastructure has to be built to be consistent with the need of accelerating the energy transition through renewables. This means also the legal infrastructure that is not there yet, and also the institutional capacity that is not yet there. This is the infrastructure where we have to work. And this has to be useful also to understand who is doing what. Because I don't think that private companies or governments can work on the infrastructure. This must be a task of the multinational financial systems to provide for Africa, for South Asia, the structure, the grids that they need for having more renewables into the energy system. And other area where the bilateral cooperation may work better are surely the other 2 dimensions, but also the aspect related to the supply chain. So what that means, investing in mitigation in Africa, 2% of the emission. Here the cooperation has to invest on building the capacity of Africa to have their industries that may produce, maybe be part of the supply chain. And this also work for other parts and other regions in the world. So my point is we have to reimagine how the cooperation might work in the context of this new thinking about the cooperation work for providing support, infrastructure for the new energy system, what could be the task of the multilateral financial entities, government, agencies, ours, and other subjects.
Indeed, thank you for taking us beyond just the technology to the hard and soft infrastructure. And I'm going to have a question related to that to Minister Bado in a bit. But first to Claudio. Claudio, you, from the perspective of business, ultimately, time is money. From the perspective of the planet, time is running out. So how do you deploy technologies faster? What kind of collaborations are needed, not just in the development or the financing, the actual deployment of technology? But there's a materials challenge, there's a manpower challenge. So could you reflect on that, on what kind of collaborations could accelerate the deployment?
Yeah, very important point, and it's about scale, and of course about how fast we can scale up. So if I look at, for instance, and it was mentioned, offshore wind resources, it's a part of the equation from a generation standpoint that has reached a certain maturity, but the model that had been used so far to deploy project by project, one auction, one wind farm, one connection, offshore to onshore, it can be done, and we proved it, but it won't give us the scale, it won't give us the speed that we need. So what we're doing now, together with the entire sector, and everyone is contributing to that, is how do we change the collaboration precisely across all the players so that we as a technology provider focus on the technology, focus on modularizing the technology, focus on standardizing, focusing on interoperability aspects, so that then who then procures that technology can also count on multiple sources and can count on the interoperability of those projects. On the other aspect is how do we plan that we build not sequentially but in parallel, but that also then we have a long-term commitment, so a long-term plan, so that all the resources and all the players can commit to put all these resources into play at, again, the speed and the scale. And for that, of course, you need investments, you need commitment on the long term, and you need a different environment to put all those commitments into execution. We are seeing good momentum in that, but once again, without that change, without changing the way we execute projects, the way we invest in projects, the way we also innovate in projects, without that business model change, without that collaboration, as you were saying, redesigning not only between developed and developing countries, but even within the same sector, those players need to rethink how to go about the scale and the speed.
Two examples from the 2 points you've made, Claudio. One on the interoperability. As, for instance, the green hydrogen story picks up across countries, and we've counted there are at least 38 countries plus the EU with their plans for hydrogen. But at CEEW last week, we released a report looking at a rules-based architecture. And the first principle there is what are the standardized, harmonized rules across the geographies that increases the interoperability of this new energy infrastructure that has to be built. And the other point you made about planning. You know, a renewables project can be deployed faster than the grid. So I just came back from Vietnam where my team has been working, that how do you align the grid development with the RE development? And while there is a mismatch, how do you financially de-risk that mismatch? Minister Pardo, I have a question now related to something that Francesco talked about the legal infrastructure, the institutional infrastructure. Before you became Minister of Energy, you were a professor of law. You were also the head of the monitoring unit for the presidency. So nothing better than the legal and the institutional architecture for you to have, you know, had your own hands dirtied in that space. So tell us a little bit, across geographies, how do we build up this legal and institutional architecture for collaboration?
Thank you. The experience we have in Chile is that we created this instrument that is a long-term planning for energy. And I think in the region, of course, this challenge is a challenge where all hands has to be on deck. Public sector is not enough, private sector is not enough. But regarding to public sector, what public sector in South America we need to provide is stability and long-term planning. If you are able to provide a long-term planning that provide guidance to the investments in grid and the investment in transmission lines, and you are able to be consistent with that long-term planning, private sector will have enough signals to do their work. And I think that's something that we have been lacking in the region, and we are working on improving. Our experience with the long-term planning of Chilean energy policy, it has been, I think, a successful one, and we are working with other countries in the region in order to export this instrument that is, it's created by law, and then it's updated on a regulatory basis. And thus you are forced, as we are in a new government, but we were compelled by the commitments of the previous government, which was a different political orientation than us, but we were forced to double down on that commitment, and I think that's something good. Political changes in the government should not affect that much the orientation of the energy policies, which should be consistent. And I think that's the path for Latin America.
The planet cannot be held hostage to our politics. But equally, this point about long-term planning, business investors, they need TLC. not tender love and care, but transparency, longevity, certainty of where you're headed. We are just 2 minutes short of closing, so I'm going to request all our panelists to give the audience here and those viewing online one takeaway of what is your masala in broth we are cooking for rapidly increasing collaboration. That next year we come back, I'm going to come back here and ask you, what did you add that masala into the pot? So, Claudio, first with you.
Yeah, it's moving from planning, designing to action, and of course for that we need to look at how we trust each other and how do we put what we have on the table, our core competence, our core businesses, and of course making sure that everyone is attractive in terms of investments, in terms of resources, and long-term planning, because you mentioned infrastructure in this case will require much more of that than what we do today, but moving to action I think is the most important part.
Francesco.
My masala is that we will work for the rethinking on how the international collaboration may work in focusing on the 3 dimensions of the infrastructure that I mentioned. This will be our main goal for the next year.
Mary.
I'd like to really underscore a point the Minister made about the absolute need for increasing financing and investment in the clean energy transition and renewables in emerging and developing economies. It's really truly unfortunate that excluding China, the needle has not shifted measurably at all since the Paris Agreement with respect to annual investments in clean energy transition in this part of the world. And we really, to achieve so much of what we've just discussed in terms of accelerating the shift to net zero, must make progress in this part of the world.
Yes,
So I guess my masala would be long-term planning, like being able to focus on your long-term goals and sustain it. Through these difficult times, this winter we're having, have long-term goals and sustain that.
Wonderful. We started off with discussions around alliances at an international level, but then we boiled it down towards aggregation of demand and about driving investment. We heard about how technology co-development in the geographies where infrastructure has to come up, as well as the de-risking of finance can move things forward. But we've also heard about the institutional and the legal architecture that's needed, the long-term planning that is needed from a political side and from a business side. Of course, I use the term masala, but we've got paella cooking here, we've got pasta cooking here. I mean, I love food, so let's just make sure that my masala here is accountability. We don't want a mutual admiration society. We want a mutual accountability society. How does business hold politicians accountable? How does politicians hold international organizations accountable? How do international organizations hold the rest of us accountable? Are we delivering as citizens, as companies, as countries for collaboration? Thank you very much.
Mr. State Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Swedish Pavilion here at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh and to this session about a case study on Swedish ocean energy kites supporting the Faroe Islands to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030. My name is Anna Lindstedt. I'm the Swedish ambassador for the ocean and I will moderate this session. Concluding remarks will be given by Daniel Westlén, State Secretary to Romina Pourmokhtari, Sweden's new Minister for Climate and the Environment. The ocean covers 70% of the surface of the world, and many people depend on the ocean for their livelihoods. The ocean is the engine room of the climate system. Absorbing 90% of excess heat and a quarter of the CO2 we produce, the ocean has been a buffer against climate change. But tipping points are close. Ocean acidification, ocean warming, and ocean level rise risk both ecosystems and livelihoods. The ocean also provides opportunities to mitigate, adapt to, and build resilience to climate change while protecting ecosystems. And ocean-based solutions go beyond climate benefits. Food and nutrition, medicine, cultural values, transport, and energy from wind, waves, and tidal streams are important elements of the ocean economy. Like all island nations, the Faroe Islands are vulnerable to the effects of climate change, but also an example of the opportunities of the blue economy. When I visited the Faroe Islands a few weeks ago, I was struck not only by the stunning beauty of the islands, but also by the economic development and prosperity there. This is in large part thanks to the ocean economy. During my visit, I had a chance to learn about tidal energy, maybe the least well-known of all offshore technologies to generate power. I had the privilege to see and study one of the power kites of Minesto, harnessing energy from tidal streams in the Strait of Vestmanna, a fishing village not far from the capital, Tórshavn. Tidal energy is particularly suitable for a place like the Faroe Islands. Now we will hear from our distinguished panel, consisting of Dr. Martin Edlund, CEO of the company Minesto, Terje Nielsen, Head of Research and Development of the local energy company SEV, and Dr. Helma Maria Trondheim, researcher at SEV and holding a PhD on energy technology from Aalborg University and the University of the Faroe Islands. My first question goes to Terje. The Faroe Islands have ambitious climate goals and intends to become fossil-free already by 2030. What is the energy situation today, and how will the Faroe Islands reach 100% renewable energy by 2030? Terje, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Anna, and thank you for your kind invitation. I have prepared a few slides that might come online here in a few seconds. Well, if you look at the energy situation now, we can divide it broadly up to two different things, on sea and off and on land. As an energy company or utility, we're focusing mostly on the onshore power, heating, electricity, and transport and industry. We have rather high goals when it comes to renewable energy. We would like to become 100% green in terms of electricity generation by 2030 already, and carbon neutral by 2050. If we look at the electricity consumption in the Faroes, we see a growth in the normal electricity consumption, but we incentivize people to change their means of transport and heating to electricity as well. And then we will see the industry change their means of heating and process heating, etc., to renewable energy as well. So there's a growth that we need to cover with renewable energy by 2030 already. So our vision is clear: to green our electricity production by 2030. We do, however, have great natural resources with wind speeds exceeding 10 meters per second in various places. We have some sun, roughly 1,000 hours a year, but it is in the summertime when we're lacking wind and hydro. And then we have this very interesting resource in tidal energy, the tidal streams between the islands. And then a lot of rain, quite a lot. 1,300 millimeters a year, but in various places exceeding 3,000 millimeters. So it's quite a lot. If you look at the complementary of the resources, we have a lot of wind and rain in the winter months, but not so much in the summer. But that's actually where the sun is there. And then, not linked to the weather, only linked to the phase of the moon, we have tidal energy as a constant resource throughout the year. However, having visions is nothing without execution plans, and there's a lot of ongoing research and execution in the islands. Only last year we have tripled the wind energy in the Faroe Islands. We have a lot of ongoing research in the Minesto kite in Vestmannarsund. We have, in order to gap the the energy gap in the different weeks, we are in a tendering process for a big pumped hydro as well, and battery systems for short-term storage. So there's a lot of ongoing projects in the Faroe Islands today. So I think that's a broad picture of the energy situation today.
Thank you very much, Terje. Very interesting and encouraging. This is an inspiration and example to the world, I must say. So the following question is to Martin. How does the technology of Minesto work?
Yes, what we do is that we try to really adopt the technology to the nature of tidal currents and ocean currents. And what's important it is to really be able to convert the energy from lower flows. There are a few rare spots in the world with hotspots, we may call them, with really, really high flows. But if we want to make tidal energy a part of the global energy mix with impact, we need to reach into the lower flows. And that is what we have succeeded with using a principle where we fly a kite in an H-shaped trajectory to sweep a large cross-section of the ocean to collect energy from the whole trajectory of the system moving. It's tethered to the seabed, so it's a lifting force on the wing that propels it through the water. And the onboard turbine will then experience a relative through flow that is significantly higher than what the actual ocean current is moving. And we, all of us, know that if we are turbine engineers, we would know that there is even a cubic relationship between the speed through the turbine and how much energy you get out. So that's a little bit of the principle. What you see here on the screen is footages from the beautiful Faroe Islands. This is our main first installation environment. And you see Minesto personnel together with local suppliers working on installation. What you see here is not in production, it's when we tow it out to site. So there are a lot of aspects of reducing cost of energy, not the least related to marine logistics and the size and weight of the systems that you deploy. We are now grid connected, and this is the second generation of systems we're trying in the Faroes. And we are, since this autumn, really, really proud of the performance. And the electricity is fed into the Terje's and Sev's grid. So even if we're just talking about a 100 kilowatt machine at the moment, the plans are really ambitious, and I think what we see is that we're focusing now on a 10 megawatt build out and then beyond that. And I think that maybe we should talk a little bit more as we move on why the Faroe Islands and why this is a very, very interesting place to be to really showcase and demonstrate new renewable solutions. I think it's very much related to the political ambition of being 100% renewable, as you said. And I guess we will come back to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. It all seems so simple and yet so smart. Impressive. So now I turn to Helma Maria. What scientific conclusions can we draw from the potential of tidal stream as a new energy source?
Yes. In my PhD, the main motivation was this vision to go 100 by 2030. And I had to analyze what is the best expansion plan towards 2030 in the Faroe Islands. And when I did this study, I investigated what impact different technologies have on the system. And at this point, CEEW and Minesto had already started their collaboration. So I decided to take Minesto's technology into consideration in this expansion planning study. And so I got some information about the performance of the technology and cost estimates. And then I did some optimization on an economic optimization to see what impact it does have. And my results showed that if we can, if Minesto's technology will become a feasible competitor, we can lower the storage capacity needed in 2030 by 75%. In addition to that, we can also lower the overall generation capacity by 18%. So that makes a lot of difference. And we can also say that tidal energy could, in 2030, provide 40–50% of the total energy consumption in the Faroe Islands. And then you might ask, why is this so interesting in the Faroe Islands? There are different things that matter here. One thing is, as Terje showed, the resource is constant all over the year. But you have these cycles when the tide shifts, where you have no energy or no flow. But this does not happen at the same time in each strait between the islands and the Faroe Islands. So if you place these kites at different locations, then you can actually get a baseload production from tidal energy. So overall, it could become a game changer in the expansion of the Faroese power system towards 2030.
Very interesting, fascinating. Thank you very much. A follow-up question on that. So you're saying that by expanding the installations to different parts of the islands, you can actually have predictable energy basically the whole time. It's very interesting.
Yes. Yeah, because tidal energy is 100% predictable. So that's a great advantage with the technology itself, compared to wind energy and solar and such.
Yeah, yeah. Very interesting. So a little bit more in depth, coming back to the technology as such, how can this unlock the tidal energy and how can it contribute to the green transition of the Faroe Islands? We've already touched upon it, but maybe a little bit more in depth. Martin, you want to start, or should we return to Terje?
So, okay, yeah. The real value to bring here is actually to lower the total cost of the complete energy transition. There are solutions of storage and we can use a lot of complementary sources. But when we deliver a new tidal stream technology at the cost levels that we believe we have ahead of us, the total system costs of electricity in the Faroes for the consumers will be lower than if we would go all in to build, let's say, 80% wind and complementary seasonal storage. So I think that's the main reason why also a utility that normally, I mean, work with technologies that are more mature than ours, that there is this opportunity into it. And it's also a matter of the conditions being almost perfect for a first-of-a-kind installation. The technology performance will improve with generations, in normal S-curve transitions that all technologies basically go through. And then it's so important that you start where conditions are really good. We're in the middle of the Atlantic, but there are sheltered straits. So marine operations has nice operating windows because we don't expose to the Atlantic fully. And it's also so that the national grid that SEV is providing is covering almost all of those islands where the straits are, and there are a lot of connection points nearby where we can produce. So the total system costs will be lower than for an average location. So that combined with let's say an ambition that I think it's a driver of it, the 100% renewable ambition. Because as long as you say that we want to go half in or we're going to go 80%, then you can always find an excuse to bring in fossils and do that at a lower cost. So that's also what's been sort of our decision criteria to move into this context. Then of course it's a highly technically advanced society, which makes it easier with a grid that is more intelligent in most islands around the world. With even if it's small scale, a lot of good port infrastructure, and also very, very strong local suppliers on the marine operations side. So those are a few of the aspects I think I want to bring forward.
To add a little bit, and also like a follow-up question, how does this energy production affect, if at all, other activities like ships coming in, fishing, people want to go swimming? Can all those activities exist at the same time?
Actually, the kite is flying 8 meters below the surface, so you can actually, with a boat on top of that, but you cannot fish there, obviously, and big ships are not allowed to sail there. And it's marked on all the sea charts, so people are aware. And just to elaborate a bit on what Martin just said, there is the environmental impact taken into consideration as well, because as Helma said, if we can lower the need of building big reservoirs by 70%, it has a huge benefit to the environment, because nothing is much more devastating than building big dams in such beautiful islands, I would say.
Yeah, that's interesting. And also, I mean, I'm not an energy expert. The State Secretary is, so he will come up with some very intelligent and insightful remarks when he gives his concluding remarks. But if I understand it correctly, this kite is fairly lightweight. And it's not a big installation that you have a big infrastructure installation that you have to attach and potentially would then harm the ecosystems.
That is actually, we have two key benefits of this kite in particular. First of all, it's designed for low flow. We have low flow speeds in the Faroe Islands. That's one critical point that this kite is addressing, but also the light weight of the system, so we can handle it by domestic vessels. That's extremely important as well in this maturing process of the kite.
I mean, as I said in my introduction, the Faroe Islands have prospered thanks to the ocean economy. You have, of course, fishing, but you also have a lot of fish farms. And can you tell me a little bit about the connection between the need for energy of the fishing industry and the other, the aquaculture there, linked to this technology?
I would say, first of all, this vision of becoming 100% green by 2030 and then carbon neutral by 2050, it's a vision for all of us, the government and CEEW, the utility, as well as the industry. But what we see is now the industry, and the salmon industry maybe in particular, is pushing for green energy. So it put a lot of pressure on us to provide green electricity to their industry. Yeah. So I think all in all, it goes up to yeah. So it's really interesting.
Yeah. And you said earlier that you also export fish to really high-level markets in many places of the world, and so of course, if you can market this as sustainably produced, also in terms of renewable energy, it's
absolutely. It's a critical thing for the salmon industry to become green as soon as possible.
Yeah. Interesting. Helma Maria, you want maybe to add a little bit from your point of view on the technology, and I mean, it's interesting, the research you have conducted, and also, I don't know if I can really recommend a visit to the Faroe Islands. It's beautiful. There's so much to see, and the weather shifts. I mean, you have rain, and you have sun, and you have rainbows, and but you also have, I mean, it's a small place, only about 50,000 inhabitants, right? But you have managed to prosper, and you also have a university. You have studied at, in spite of being a tiny population, you have a university, so where you have studied, and so both there and at Aalborg University, where you have your PhD from.
Yeah, it is a very modern society, even though it's an island far away from everything. But with regards to technology, as Terje and Martin both mentioned, it is very suitable for the Faroe Islands because it has low flow, or produces at low flow. And when I say that we could reduce the storage capacity by 70%, 75% actually, this means we don't need to pick this build back, and we don't need as many wind farms, which are more of a visual impact than the tides, the tidal kites, because they are in the ocean. So that's also a great benefit of the technology itself, I would say.
What do the people of the Faroe Islands think of this very special technology? Is there a big debate about your energy system and what to go for? I mean, in Sweden we have a debate about the wind energy, and especially about the offshore wind. Do you have a similar debate, and do people have any opinions about this tidal energy, the kites? Are they well known?
I think actually that people in the Faroe Islands are very aware of the energy situation and interested in renewable energy, and also tidal energy has gained a lot of attention in the Faroe Islands over a long time, and maybe Terje can talk more about former projects that have been investigated in the Faroe Islands or planned before.
But I think just to mention that we are obliged to do environmental impact studies and have all the necessary permits in place. So that's a requirement. Yeah, we have been looking into tidal energy for quite some years. In the beginning, maybe big steel structures like a wind turbine on the seabed, weighing maybe up to 1,200 ton each turbine. Really difficult for us to maneuver in when at a technological readiness level so low, because you have to retrieve it every once in a while. So I think that's one of the key, as I mentioned already, that one of the key benefits of these technologies, that it's maneuverable for us with the ships and vessels we have already in the Faroe Islands.
Interesting. Martin, you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to comment a little bit on scale here. If you have a society with 50,000 people, but where you have sort of government, all institutions in place, it creates an environment with an opportunity to make decisions faster than in larger countries and structures, and also that to create awareness of change, and when you implement new stuff, it's also much, much easier. So I think that the scale here is to our advantage to move faster into to build out and prove technologies. Also to be able to share resources that already are in place locally. So I mean, since the Faroes has such a strong economic value related to the sea, I mean, you also do a lot of ocean research. So ocean research vessels and institutes are available locally, and they already have a lot of knowledge built up on all those fjords and the environment, and they have modern research vessels that they're sailing by there anyway. So we can access data and get the processes going quicker in any other market where we are active today. So the scale is to the advantage. So sometimes I even point at the Faroe Islands as sort of a laboratory for the world, in a sense, to reach net zero generation. You need a mix. You can't do just like Norway to let sort of the hydro do the job for you completely. So you need to work on intelligent grids, you need to work on storage, you need to change consumer behaviors. And I think this creates an environment that is an actionable laboratory. And for us, it's of course a huge advantage to be a part of that.
Fascinating. Do you get a lot of visitors? I mean, this would be, like you said, a laboratory, so maybe you invite people from all over the world to come and have a look at the kites and of course, the uniqueness of your culture and of the islands, but also to study your energy system.
Because of Minesto, but definitely also because of the transformation we're in the process of. So there's a lot of attention gained by what we're doing in the Faroe Islands. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said before, go and visit. I know you already have a lot of tourists, but I'm sure you can accommodate because, I mean, you have a lot of space, so it's really a place to visit. I think we still have a little bit of time. Is there anything you want to add from your side, or should we maybe invite if there are questions from the audience? If before inviting the State Secretary to give his concluding remarks, I know State Secretary has a lot to say, so we need to leave some time. But I think we might have time for some questions if there is anyone here. I know that some of you listen in on the previous session with Minesto, so maybe you already have the answer to all your questions. Crystal clear. But I was wondering, because of course this is an example, a very suitable environment. If you compare to like other island states or other markets where you can, where you have a long coastline and maybe a bigger population, what would you say? I mean, you touched upon some of the challenges in a different kind of setting, but maybe you have additional thoughts on that, Martin?
I mean, there are a lot of coastlines and island nations around the world where this is exploitable. I mean, we're working with the Welsh government on a site in North Wales at the same scale of this, and the UK is the European market that is the largest for us, but the real huge build-out market is Southeast Asia, Philippines, Indonesia, Taiwan, and all the island nations in between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific. But there we will face a lot of challenges on a scale above what we're facing together with our partners in the Faroes. Yeah. So we better do a quick build out in the Faroes, get it stable, and then at the same time work on the local challenges in other environments.
So this is the easy part now, working with the Faroe Islands. And
It's very, very favorable conditions to exploit the tides in between the islands in the Faroes.
Yeah. But if I understand it correctly, it works wherever you have tidal streams or ocean currents. I mean, even along the coast of Africa, for instance.
Oh yes, the Agulhas current on the African east coast, Chile, Argentina, Canada is a big market. Florida coastline for currents. Japan has a very, very strong potential. Taiwan as well, and then the whole sort of northern sphere of the globe, Australia as well. So basically all coastlines has a potential.
Yeah, fascinating. There's only one drawback that I can see. It's that we don't have the right conditions in Sweden.
Correct. We have a very long coastline, but jokingly I say that unfortunately Denmark is in the way. So that means that the flow will not reach the Swedish coastline in the same way as if we would have sort of removed Denmark. But as our neighbors and friends, I think we should be very careful with going in that direction. Yeah,
that's a pity. But on the other hand, I mean, we're happy that we can, by developing this Swedish technology, contribute to increased climate ambition and lower emissions in all those places around the world. So this is a perfect example of where exports from Sweden will benefit the whole world. We'll have a global climate benefit. Fascinating. Thank you so much. And last but not least, I'm happy to introduce the very new State Secretary for Climate and the Environment, Dr. Daniel Westlén. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, thank you all for an inspiring session. Moving towards an energy system without fossil fuels is, I would say, the cornerstone of the climate ambition and the climate work. I really want to congratulate the Faroe Islands for their ambitious targets, and it seems to me now, after listening, that you're actually within reach. In becoming fossil-free, the ocean indeed represents a huge opportunity. It's been encouraging for me to learn more about this innovative and smart technology, which really expands the potential of harvesting energy from the ocean. Also, so very interesting to hear about the specific conditions about the Faroe Islands. And being a Nordic citizen, I must admit that I didn't know all of this. That was some news to me that was really interesting. This is an example of a technology which can enable small island states to move towards a climate neutral energy system in a relatively short time span. These investments are obviously scalable, thus reducing the financial risk, which is often blocking carbon neutral projects, which may be impossible due to their scale. But here we can build it out gradually and thereby making it possible. Tidal energy is especially suitable for island states with tidal streams, obviously, especially when, as in the Faroe Islands, there is a small but still a potential for dispatchable hydro capacity. Considering the vulnerability of small island developing states where fossil energy for many years have been the dominating source of energy, the invention and evolution of this technology gives hope. Also, from a climate justice perspective, this can be part of an important development. I see a potential for ocean energy in general, and specifically the Minesto technology, not only to energize small island states, but also wherever there are tidal streams. We heard many examples here in the end. The technology should be able to scale up and become an integral part of the energy system also in bigger markets. As Martin explained, I think it's important to point out the unique selling point of this technology, where the predictability gives us an opportunity to lower system costs. System costs are also often forgotten when we discuss sources of energy, where we tend to focus on the cost of the energy production itself. But as both of you explained, or all three of you were actually discussing, the system cost is often the system cost will be the dominating driver of the energy system, and therefore this predictability of the technology here is very important. Predictability, which is often the drawback of the weather-dependent sources of fossil-free energy. Anyway, I find this is a pioneering technology to truly pioneer the possible. Thank you so much for an interesting panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Daniel Westlén, for your very insightful words. And as you said, this is really an example of where we can pioneer the possible, pioneer the fossil-free. Thank you all for listening.
Welcome to this session, this 1 o'clock session from COP27. We will target the big challenges that our oceans are facing. We're using our oceans, to be honest, as a dump station. And our linear system makes us to dispose things that we don't have a solution for right now. So of course, how can we make sure that the resources are kept in loop? And that will be the theme for today. We will start with plastics, and to be honest, plastics is just recycled 10%. 90% are either incinerated, landfilled, or put into our oceans. And to be honest, the majority is in our oceans, and it's creating a big problem. And we'll see that very soon about the challenge that we are facing. So the solution we would like to showcase here is we can create the value of the plastics that are not used today. We will also talk about nitrogen. Nitrogen is one of the real big threats for the coastal areas. We see that the temperature is increasing, and that will lead to more risk for eutrophication. And I know that, for example, the Oslo Bay, the 25 mayors surrounding Oslo Bay has in a report also clarified the risk that the nitrogen content in our oceans in the Oslo Bay will risk to toxification. And that, of course, then you can't use it even for human activities. So that will be our two themes. We will have two films demonstrating each of the challenges, but also the possibilities. And we start with a keynote to set the scene. What is the status when it comes to the plastic in the ocean? And we therefore will go to Denmark. And in Denmark, we have from the Next Step project, the Ocean Plastic Forum, Thomas Alstrup. And please, Thomas, give us here the view. What is the situation when it comes to the plastic in our oceans?
Well, to be honest, it's not that good, but we are moving forward. Thank you, Per. Thank you for hosting this event. I'm happy to be here. I'm Thomas from Ocean Plastic Forum, an association and NGO consisting of various companies, NGOs, and universities which want to do something about plastics. One, trying to get hold of some of that plastic which have already escaped, and two, some of the plastic which is about to go there, the closed loop production instead of letting it slip away. So we create value chains. Now, how big is the problem of marine ocean plastic? You know it already. You've seen the horrible photos during many years where you can almost cross a river without getting wet feet because of all the plastics. So bear with me, I'll just share some numbers, crucial numbers. As Per just said, only 9% of the plastic that we find in the ocean, or in general, of all the plastic that we have produced, has been recycled. Actually, we have produced 9.2 billion tons since plastic was really introduced in the 50s, and 7 billion of these tons are either in landfills or has escaped somewhere. And it is activities on land which is the biggest source to marine pollution. Each year, around 11 million tons drives fleets into our oceans. And I may say that these figures that I'm telling now, they are from the UN. The UN discusses this topic, so I suppose they have been verified as well. And all the fractions floating into the sea from rivers and from the land side, plastic is by far the biggest. 85% of this mass, which is constituted by plastics, and which now endangers a huge number of animals. More than 800 species and animal arts are threatened by this. So how does the plastic get to the sea? It's primarily rivers. And for a while, it was understood that the 12, 15 biggest rivers were sort of transporting this plastic into the sea. And that would have been very nice, actually, because then we could just plug them up and then stop the plastic there. But recent, more thorough studies have revealed that it's actually more complex like that. It's around 1,600 small, medium-sized rivers all over the world, but primarily in Southeast Asia and Asia, which are accountable for 80% of the emissions. Just one river, for instance, in the Philippines, the Pasig, emits alone 6.4% of the plastic waste that we find globally in the oceans. That's a huge number. The rest of the plastic that we find, these 20 to 30% that comes from marine sources like fishing nets, lines, ropes, and abandoned vessels. And on the top, this is a very, very fast going through. You will know this and find it on the internet. And among the top list of 50 most polluting rivers when it comes to plastics, 44 are situated in Asia. So what can we do about this? And Per, please stop me if I'm running over time now. I haven't got my watch. We have two challenges: doing something about what's already there, and secondly, avoid what's coming there. We are, as an association, involved in projects trying to do what we can with both ways. And one of the projects in the Scandinavian context is doing something about what's already escaped. But we need to be clear one thing: ocean plastics, they cost a lot to collect, to clean, and to upcycle. And there are hitherto no project with a business model whereby the sale of those pellets of what can be made out of the ocean plastic can cover the costs of getting it and upcycling it. So we need to hook up on another stream, one with the same similarities to get volume, to get mass production, to get market-driven demand. And that's why we have tried with this project to collaborate in a value chain constituted of Coop, Coop, the big Swedish, Danish, Norwegian retail chain, where they will sell plastic bottles made out of household plastics, which have similar characteristics as the ocean plastic. They are dirty, they are intermingled, they are different types. And if we can sort of make a stream into that pie, which is big, and therefore we can create economies of size, we can get some economy in it. And the model is very simple, and it's also kind of funding. It's that for each bottle that Coop will sell, a little fraction of the amount of each bottle will go through the sorting system, collection system of ocean plastics. That's the way of dealing with the amounts which have already escaped our attention. Another one, and I'll not bore you with that one now, the other speakers need to get the floor as well, is a collaboration with Lindstedt, the big rope maker, the big mooring lines maker, and Maersk, and two Danish producers of plastic that sort plastic and have a very big experience in that. How to make a closed loop with the mooring lines from Lindstedt. Because if we can do so, Maersk is willing to place all their mooring lines, which are shifted every 3 or 4th year, to place them somewhere in Europe. It'll create a big pile. Then we can intertwine those fibers. These are two different fractions of plastic. We shall be able to actually make a business out of it, a closed loop circuit, and make new rows of pellets. I think that's what I would say now, Per. We have to be very fast on these occasions. So I'll give the word to you now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thomas. I will invite you back in the panel in the end. But now look on the solution that are now possible in Denmark. We will listen to Kenneth Karsgaard and Massimo Forte from Ragnar, Denmark. And it will also be a written reflection from the United Nations General Assembly Week, where International Chamber of Commerce together with UNEP arranged a roundtable how business in this case can contribute to make sure that the plastic doesn't end up in the ocean. So please now roll film number 1.
Of all the billions of tons of plastic that we have produced since we started producing plastic, only 9% has been recycled. 12% has been burned. The rest is still out there. I think this is scary numbers, and it really tells the story. And it's really about understanding the problem here. What is the actual problem? And we are talking about, we have a big pile of plastic that we need to do something about. But it's a little more complex than this. Actually, we have 2 piles of plastic that we need to do something about. Let's look at the small pile. Mainly looks like this. Uniform items. It's easy to recycle. you have a uniform end product, you have high traceability, so it's easy. What's the result? The result is that it competes very well against the virgin material. That's why we are recycling this. It has a value, it's feasible to do from an economical point of view, that's why we're doing it. Be aware here, this is good, we have to continue to do this, but be aware of some greenwashing here, because if somebody says that we are using from this pile and say we are making a difference, we are making some shoes or some lids or something made from this pile, it's good, but you're not making a difference. We're doing exactly what we have been doing for the last 30, 40 years from the beginning, because it's feasible. But we still have to do it. Then let's take a look at the other pile. Looks quite different. It's mixed dirty from household, from shops, from municipality, from construction, from industries that mix things, and so on. Looks a bit like this. It's difficult to recycle. Many more processes, many more sorting steps needs to be taken inside of this to get it out, to get it clean. It's possible, we'll get back to this. But you then don't always get a uniform end product. You have many molecule types coming together. It's more difficult. You don't have traceability. Also really a big issue. And the result here is the opposite to the other pile. It can't compete against the virgin, simply. So we are not doing it. And that's the reasoning for us burning it instead or deposit it. It's simply not feasible, has not been feasible in the linear economy. See, there is the problem that it has a negative value and we burn it. But the big problem here is, and that's what we really have to understand, we can only make a difference by starting taking from this pile. That's the only place, by moving things away from this pile. This pile is creating all the problems with plastic. In the seas, in the burning, all the plastic problems is from this pile. It's so very important to understand.
Since day one, the linear economy has postponed the very consequences of our plastic production and handling, leaving us with a mountain of problems. And the mountain is growing, with an expected doubling of plastic usage within the next 30 years. Globally, less than 10% of all plastic waste is recycled. It's clean and uniform types of plastic waste that has been recycled in solid processes for decades. It's all good, but it's clearly not the answer to the plastic plague. The vast majority of the global plastic waste is mixed and dirty. Fair plastic is a mechanical recycling of these untapped resources. And with strong partnerships and value chains, we can ensure a safe way back for these resources into all kinds of new plastic products. The result is a sustainable circular solution, creating huge CO2 savings.
So this brings me finally to fair plastic, and fair plastic is that despite its difficult, not up in the system against the linear economy, and we have to face a lot of issues, we simply think it's unfair to continue not to recycle from pile 2. On the other hand, we think it's fair to recycle from pile 2. And this is what fair plastic is. This is a guarantee stamp from Rangsells that we're taking from pile 2, bringing it into raw material and into new products. We are standing behind this. But there's more to it than this. It's also a vision or a thought concept, if you want to, that we want to drive with this. And it can really be put down to one word that's so important for us to stress out, not just for plastic, but for many other waste types as well. It's demand. We want to create demand. And the point is, if you get this product demanded, then you can really move on things. What if we could make this pile 2 to be attractive, to be valuable, to be something that's demanded in the entire world? Would we throw it into the ocean? Would we burn it? No, we would collect it, like we do with metal scrap. It has a value. And I think that's really something we could help each other by doing, bringing a value into the raw material of plastic waste and away from virgin. Then we could really move something.
The executive director of UNEP and the International Chamber of Commerce brought governments together, but also companies. You're the CEO of Rangsells in Denmark. I think you were there Monday. Yes. What was the feeling in the room?
The feeling in the room is this a challenge? There are a lot of
stakeholders with different opinions. But I think from the CEO's perspective, there is a wish to actually find a solution. Now we know that the only way to avoid plastics ending up in the oceans is by keeping it in the loop. Therefore, we need circular solutions. Knowing that, what kind of action do you see the society should initiate?
Okay, let's keep that as a cliffhanger for the panel. What kind of solutions should we have in place? I know that procurement are one issue that Massimo often talk about, and make sure that the procurement then are done from pile 2 is my conclusion. Let's now move from plastic to another challenge, and that's our nitrogen challenge. So now I will introduce a speaker that we had at one of our Stockholm Plus 50 sessions, where people from around the world will gather just to celebrate or to take new steps how we can have a more sustainable world in the future, 50 years after the first Stockholm meeting was held. So from UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology, we have Professor Mark Sutton with a small part from that session in Stockholm this June. So please roll film number 2.
So we've heard a lot about phosphorus, and if you're a member of the audience or a member of Parliament, I hope you understand a little bit more why it's important and why it's important for environment and food production. But we also need nitrogen to grow our food. But today, most comes from synthetic nitrogen fertilizer, as we heard earlier, that's made from fossil fuels. Worldwide, these fertilizers have increased by an astonishing and amazing 800% since the 1960s, not shortly just before the 1972 conference here in Stockholm, in fact. Worldwide, the use of synthetic fertilizers is set to increase by over 50% by 2030 or 2050, according to the United Nations. This has huge implications for addressing climate change, unless we can use these fertilizers more efficiently and reduce how much is wasted into our environment, and while returning these losses back into agriculture rather than into our seas, our oceans, our atmosphere, as well as promoting, of course, a diversity of agricultural systems. International efforts is where we're going right now, because international efforts are underway to tackle this challenge. And I'm very pleased to hopefully welcome, by the magic of Zoom, yes, he's here, Professor Mark Sutton. He's a scientist right in the center of these international efforts to bring sense to worldwide efforts to manage up the benefits and significantly manage down and out the serious impacts of nitrogen. Mark is a director of the International Nitrogen Management System and director of the UK Research Innovation Global Challenges Research Fund, South Asian Nitrogen Hub, wow, that's a hell of an introduction, and is based at the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. Mark, it's really a pleasure to see you. You have the floor.
Yeah, well, good morning, Nick, and good morning, everybody. So I want to tell you why we should really be caring about nitrogen. If you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, you'll find that nitrogen is almost invisible. We say that nitrogen is everywhere and invisible across the Sustainable Development Goals. Does that mean there's no problem? I think entirely the opposite. It's a problem that's been fragmented in the past. It means that we've dealt with little pieces of the puzzle. So as scientists, we love to specialize. I worked for many years just on one molecule, ammonia. But there's ammonia as a nitrogen form, nitrates going into your water courses, nitrous oxide as a greenhouse gas. Nitrous oxide is also depleting the stratospheric ozone layer. So we just have this flurry of different nitrogen problems, many of which are getting a little bit of attention, but we're not getting that big picture. How important is nitrogen? Well, let's ask the question, how important is carbon dioxide? I don't think I need to convince anybody listening on this call that we've got an issue with carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide, rather simple. You burn stuff, make CO2, climate impact. Of course, there is more complexity than that, but I can give the narrative in about 5 seconds. With nitrogen, I need much more than 5 seconds to tell you about these multiple diverse impacts. So what are we doing? We're working with the United Nations Environment Programme, the Global Environment Facility, on this international nitrogen management system. It means developing a science support system for nitrogen policy internationally. It means working with the member states of the United Nations. And one of the most impossible challenges they gave us was develop a policy home for nitrogen. How do you do that when it's fragmented? What we're doing is getting all those different conventions talking together. You've got the Air Convention, the Water Convention, the Climate Convention, Biodiversity Conventions. They should be coming together. Really recently, we've just had agreed in the United Nations Environment Assembly a second resolution on sustainable nitrogen management. It's 5/2, and among its statements, it says to accelerate action to significantly reduce nitrogen waste by 2030. In fact, we put on the table with the government of Sri Lanka and other countries an ambition to halve nitrogen waste by 2030. The alignment there is clearly with the Sustainable Development Goals. And the question would be, would it really be possible to halve nitrogen waste by 2030? And I think the answer is technically yes. You need all the technical measures available. We need to consider our consumption patterns, our food choices as well. But yes, you could get there. In practice, will we do it? I think we will fail. We will fail just as we will fail to deliver on most of our sustainable development goals. Does that mean we should not stop trying? Well, of course not. We need to keep trying. And I think that ambition to halve nitrogen waste by 2030 is getting countries thinking. And what we've seen at the UN Environment Assembly is now countries beginning to take this seriously. So why take it seriously? I've mentioned air pollution, water pollution, climate change, biodiversity destruction. Of course, we know nitrogen is used for food and fertilizer, food security. In the past, people have sometimes been afraid to say managing your nitrogen is going to be a threat to food security. Well, we're saying completely the opposite, because in the world system, we're wasting something like 80% of those nitrogen resources which we're putting into our planet, those nitrogen compounds. 80% is lost to that water and air pollution, etc. So if we managed it better, managed it with fewer losses, with less waste, those resources would be going further. Now, in the world overall, we've got something like 200 million tons nitrogen wasted. If we halve nitrogen waste and put $1 per kilogram nitrogen on it, that's a $100 billion per year saving. Now, with the current fertilizer crisis with Ukraine, etc., prices are something like triple. So that's $300 billion worth of saving. That's really something to motivate our action. We've been working with other parts of the UN and coming with a whole suite of measures, better fertilizers, better manure management. We've heard about the wastewater, all those measures available. But at the top of it, we've got to convince people that they want to change. This is not a barrier for food security. This is something that can help us deliver food better with less resources. So with that, I'm very happy to answer some questions, and let's see where we go from here.
Yeah, Mark, a question that we didn't really discuss, but it just comes to my mind when I'm listening to you talk, because we've got a problem with CO2 because we burn fossil fuels, and we know the fossil fuel industries work very hard to slow the transitions down to dealing with CO2 because it's not in their business interest to not, use CO2, not use fossil fuels. It's not in their business model. It strikes me it's a bit similar with fertilizers, because if most of the fertilizers now are synthetic fertilizers coming in from fossil fuels, it's also not in the business interest of the fossil fuel industry to recognize that we could actually recycle huge amounts of this nitrogen. So do you feel sometimes that on one side you've got, governments and experts coming who want to deal with the nitrogen crisis, but there might be another side that has no interest in you doing that?
Yeah, I mean, there are risks of that, but I think the important thing to note is that business is itself a diverse ecosystem. Yeah. The old competitors will eventually become dinosaurs and go extinct as new, more effective competitors come through. That's also going to be needing, government nudges, regulation, incentives, etc., to get things developing. But this whole conversation about recycling resources, about taking nitrogen from wastewater or even combustion systems and turning it back into new products, that's really transforming things. We need government investment to get that moving. And ultimately, it's going to be for the existing companies to move and embrace that circularity. And I'm very happy to say that there's many fertilizer companies out there who recognize this challenge as part of the long-term gain, that we're going to have to change to look for a less wasteful system, and that there are huge business opportunities on the way.
Okay, Mark, that's super. Now, Mark, I want you to tell us about the colors of nitrogen. I know right now we have the colors of hydrogen, which we've got green hydrogen and blue hydrogen, and we got another color, I think, as well. But you've also got, so it's a theme, right? So it's getting quite popular, this. But you've got the colors of nitrogen. So why is this important?
Yeah, I think it's just great to get people thinking and talking about these things. So the industry itself has already started talking about blue ammonia, and they're comparing it with brown or black ammonia. So the brown or black ammonia exists in Haber-Bosch, lots of fossil fuel going into producing it, 2% of world energy, so we call it black or brown. And they're saying blue ammonia is an ammonia produced with CO2 recapture. But better than blue ammonia would then be green ammonia, and that's ammonia produced entirely with renewable energy sources. So the hydrogen to go with the nitrogen, make ammonia coming from renewable energy sources. So those are three colors already on the table. And what I'm suggesting is we need another color, at least one more, which is white ammonia, because the white ammonia is not about producing new ammonia, it's about recycling that which we've got already. So combine all your colors together, and of course you get white. That recovered, recycled nitrogen, we're saying should be called white ammonia.
Okay, so basically, you're a white ammonia man, but you could be persuaded to consider some green ammonia as well.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, cool. But the other colors we have to put back in our paint box. Mark, that's absolutely brilliant. We've hit our limits of time. Thank you so much for finding your time to be with us. And I hand back to Per Larssons.
Yes, and I'm back, but now on the stage of COP27 instead. And $300 billion US, how much is that? That's 10 times as much as the company Ericsson turnover each year. 10 times as much. We talk about a huge amount of money. We will now go to Sweden and listen to Anna Lundbom. You're the project leader for the white nitrogen project that we have in Copenhagen. So please, the floor is yours.
Yes, as you said, my name is Anna Lundbom, and I'm the project leader of Easy Mining, or at Easy Mining, for our nitrogen solution. I will probably repeat some of the things that Professor Sutton said, but repeating is good for remembrance, so please bear with me. Like for many products, the life cycle for nutrients is today most of the times linear. We use a lot of resources to extract the nitrogen from the atmosphere, to produce the nitrogen products that we use in the society. And this production also, I think, as Mark said, causes a significant amount of greenhouse gas emissions, since it's dependent on natural gas. After using the nitrogen in the society, we spend a lot of resources in the wastewater treatment plant, where much of the nitrogen ends up. And in the wastewater treatment plants, as I said, we spend a lot of resources to actually remove the nitrogen, so it does not create eutrophication in the wrong places. Most of the technologies that removes the nitrogen today release the nitrogen to the atmosphere. And in that case, we are wasting all these resources, these 300 billions that Professor Sutton was talking about, that we already have spent to produce the nitrogen. It literally goes up to the air. And we do not only waste resources, many of the technologies for removing nitrogen today have also significant emissions of nitrous oxide, laughing gas. We have to start implementing technologies that recover the nitrogen that we remove. Technologies that keeps or convert the nitrogen to a form that we can use in the society again. creating the circular loops for nitrogen. And this is what we're doing in Easy Mining's process Aqua2N. In the Aqua2N process, we chemically remove the nitrogen from liquid waste streams with a high concentration of ammonium nitrogen, such as sludge liquor in a wastewater treatment plant. In the process, which this year has been validated in the EU Life project Refertilize, we remove 95 to 99% of the ammonium nitrogen, which we convert to ammonium sulfate that is used in agriculture as a fertilizer. And we do this by using less energy that today is used in first producing and then removing nitrogen. And our process do not release any nitrous oxide. To recover as much nitrogen as possible in our society, we need many different technologies, Aqua2N being one of them. Our society is dependent on nitrogen. We all need to work together to creating these circular loops and produce the recycled white nitrogen that Professor Sutton is talking about. Politicians, you have to make sure that we are allowed to use this recycled, good quality nitrogen at the same time as you require that the society recycle and use this recycled nutrients as nitrogen. You have to create both the incentives for bringing these technologies to place and to create the demand for the product. The industry will follow. If we are serious about creating a circular solution and a sustainable society, we have to use the products and the resources that we already have produced over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. And now we'll introduce a panelist on stage and also welcome back Thomas from Denmark, as well as Anna to stay on. This is the CEO of Easy Mining, and you are one of the people that are working not just with nitrogen, but also with phosphorus and potassium, but now we are focusing on the nitrogen. What are your comments when you hear Anna here? And please start to introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, so I'm Jan Sverren, the CEO of Easy Mining, and been through this ride of creating a truly revolutionary method of recovering nitrogen. You know, to an industry here, 300 billion or maybe even 600 billion now, and nothing is recovered. So basically nothing. 80% was lost according to Professor Sutton, and nothing is recovered. So of course, this is also a solution to be truly revolutionary. It needs to be scalable. And here is, you can catch this on multiple different places, only in Europe, you know, and we will not install that many, but there's 12,000 places that we found that we can install this. So there is truly scalable, and it will make a huge impact on the greenhouse gas emissions.
So a white nitrogen solution will, in this case, not use methane. It will instead be recycled with much lower energy, what I understand, and are scalable, as I understand it, already now. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And then, of course, you know, Haber-Bosch was invented about 100 years ago and have been fine-tuning. You know, Haber-Bosch is when you take natural gas and you download nitrogen from the air. So this is the two raw materials, basically, in a brown or a black nitrogen. And that, of course, has been fine-tuned. To replace that will take some time, and we are really early on. And we really need to find partners and cities and locations that truly wants to produce white nitrogen.
Good. As I understand it, the first farmers has already been receiving their first deliveries of the solution. So it is not the vision, it's something that works. Let's now invite Thomas and Anna from Zoom. So we'll have 3 people in the panel where we will conclude what we heard here. So Perfect. I turn to you first, Thomas. You have been listening to two films, one about plastics and one about nitrogen, and also a solution presented by Anna. Please, your reflections.
Well, I've been a bit handicapped because I can't hear the movies. I can only hear you guys in the studio. So I could gather from the faces and the sheer expression of happiness that Professor Sutton's speech was quite good, but I couldn't hear it. Tried everything possible here behind my screen. Anyhow, no doubt about this approach to getting the white nitrogen in a form where it can be reused. That's absolutely essential, because after plastic, well, the similar to plastics, this is the second biggest threat to our ocean eutrophication caused by nitrogen, as you just mentioned, the Oslo fjord. So we can only welcome it, and also see a big potential in upscaling it and combining it with other technologies. And once again, we end up where we end up when we talk about saving our planet, that is creating value chains. We need to collaborate. We need to look over our normal horizon and see what other businesses can do and other branches of industry can do to improve our methods and get the final result in place.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Now turn to Sweden and Anna. Your reflections on the whole session.
Well, I think this is we face the same challenges both within plastic as in nitrogen. We have new solutions coming up. We have to be able to scale them up. There has to be an incentive to develop these technologies and to scale them up, and there has to be a demand for the product. Otherwise, this will never ever happen. Then to create these circular loops, there are so many different challenges compared to doing the virgin material. And we see it with the plastic that is diluted in the ocean, for example. We see it with the nitrogen diluted in water. So creating the circular loops, we have to, as Thomas said, and many people have highlighted before, we have to cooperate, but we also need the politicians to really set a good scene for this.
I give the final comment to you, Jan, about what you heard. And I understand also there is not just wastewater treatment plant that this could be used at. Is this correct?
Yeah, no, you could also use it in other locations where there is a liquid and you can catch it there. Of course, we start with the wastewater treatment plants now. So for the next few years, it will be wastewater. And then we hope to go for biogas. Now, my final reflection, I was over here in a EU side event where they had 5 energy ministers of different European countries. And, one very clear conclusion is a lot about energy conservation. This is Energy Day today, but it's what was very clear also, circular models will save a lot of energy consumption. And I think this is a very good example of that. And I think this is, so circularity is also today part of the Energy Day, if you want. And I think that's stimulating and it's very good for us.
Thank you so much. We heard about 2 solutions and also talk about 2 problems. And I like always to look for the possibilities, and it exists. So policymakers understand the potential with a circular dimension and enable those new processes to be maybe the leading in the future. COP27, we have a lot of sessions here, and just in 10 minutes we will have a session about another Nordic collaboration, and this time it will be about phosphorus. And so please tune in at 1 o'clock in Central European time or 2 o'clock here in Egypt. So thank you so much from Sharm el-Sheikh and COP27. So welcome here back to COP27 and the 2 o'clock session. We will be about phosphorus, and we will now showcase a Nordic example how we can close the loop and make sure that we use the resources that all have been taken up. And we will, of course, make sure that in the end we will have a panel and discuss the session itself. The thing is that what we see now is because we'll start in the aquaculture, is that 49% of the world production are today part of the aquaculture. And they need to increase because we see that the challenge is to produce more food on land. Of course, we need to change how we consume. Of course, we need to do other things. But we are slowly destroying our possibilities to produce both on land and on sea. But now we're focusing on the phosphorus cycle and how we can make sure that everything is kept in loop. And one question that I would like you to have in mind during the session, is it only rich people that will be able to buy eggs in the future? For me, that is a question mark. So, of course, it looks maybe different. Well, eggs is not a problem. But we see that until 2050 we will have a population growth where in this case 70% of the world population will live in cities, and then 90% of this transformation will happen in Africa and Asia. And still the food needs to be produced on the land side. And of course, if we can't make sure that the chickens are able to be fed, there will be huge challenges to produce the enormous amount of eggs that we will need in the future. So another fact is that we have already taken up from the ground the best quantities of phosphorus. We see that there's increase of in this case, both uranium and other things that we don't want to spread on our soils. So we will talk about an alternative solution here. We will bring back the nutrients in a much, much cleaner way. And to be honest, by 2100, there will just be one mine that's possible to mine from, due to that the reserves are quickly ending, and that's the Moroccan mine. So therefore I would like to now introduce a map about Norway, Denmark and Sweden. And here we see the potential to really close the loops where we will utilize the resources that are already existing and bring them back. And this will be a total new concept because, to be honest, today we have huge challenges, huge barriers when it comes to phosphorus and bring them back in circulation. So, but let us now start at number 1. And here we will see a potential, how we can utilize fish pop from the fish farms. And we will go to Norway that are producing 2% of the world's salmon. But it's a huge amount of resources that are not utilized. So let's roll film number 1 about Norway and the havbruk potential. We will soon see it appear on the screen. Okay. There seem to be some technical challenges when it comes to the session, so I will explain what you were supposed to see. And what we have is a solution where we can bring back fish pop or fish sludge. And today, the potential for Norway is to produce 2 terawatt hours of energy from the methane that is part of what we can collect. Ragn-Sells has for a long time been able to produce in this and then collect in this kind of dead fishes. But we have together with partners, the ALAR concept, been able to then bring back with a solution that can collect also the remainings from the production. So it means that nothing in this case, hopefully in the end, will be ended up in our fjords. And besides the potential for energy, that is 2 terawatt hours, the huge amount of phosphorus and nitrogen. As much as 9,000 tons of phosphorus, pure phosphorus, are today spread out in our fjords in Norway with current production. And if we don't make sure that we can collect the fish sludge, we will then have a problem that we will be able to reduce, or the consequence will be a reduction of fish productions. Why? Because the increased temperature in our fjords, in our seas, will cause eutrophication. And that will limit the ability for the fishes to get oxygen. And of course, in the end, it will create challenges for Norway as a nation to continue the production. But on the other hand, the solution will enable, to be honest, at least a doubling of fish productions already by 2030. And Norway as a nation has put on a possibility to 5-double the production only by 2050. We see the same challenges or the same possibilities emerge in Canada, in Chile. Even the Lake Victoria in Uganda has the huge challenge, and that's even bigger than other coastal areas. So this is a global problem, but there is a solution possible. So if we leave Norway, the fish sludge will then be transported to Denmark. And here we have number 2 and number 3. And I would now like to invite Lotte Wang from the municipality of Hjørring in Denmark. And we have her on Zoom. So please, can we have her? Hello, Lotte. Great to have you here.
Hello, Per.
What is your part of this symbiosis? Because here we talk about 3 countries in collaboration. Why are you doing this, and who are you? Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Per, and thanks for having me in this very interesting session. I'm head of green transition in Hjørring municipality. It's a Danish municipality in the north of Denmark, as you can see on the map. Hjørring municipality is in this case, and a part of the symbiosis as co-owner of an incineration plant. The incineration plant is a part of the symbiosis in the way that it takes the step from the biogas fibers and the chicken manure to make it ready for the phosphorus extraction that Easy Mining is offering. My job is also to try and clear the way for green innovation in projects like this. When it comes to green transition and especially circular economy, there are a lot of barriers in the legislation, and perhaps especially in the way that legislation is read and understood. And my job is to try and overcome some of these barriers without compromising safety, of course.
Okay, good, thank you. And then, of course, I need to directly pop into the question about what made you understand the need for a circular system of phosphorus, and what are your take on this one? And I know that you have a PowerPoint slide I would like to demonstrate here on that first question. So if we can put the PowerPoint on. We have a we have a small challenge with your PowerPoint, Lotte. Do you have the possibility to share it from your side?
Well, I can tell this anyway, Per. It's not that important with the PowerPoint slide. I can explain it. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. In the municipality, or the municipality is a food-producing municipality. We have a very strong both green and blue economy in this municipality. And what I would have liked to show you, if the technique was with us, is that we have 7 big biogas plants in our municipality. They are owned by local farmers. And these 7 biogas plants are developing their business into giving answers to green transition. They give us in the municipality a lot of answer to the climate change and how we as municipality can live up to the Paris Agreement. These biogas plants have potential to increase and also to keep innovating. But there are also challenges by doing this. The biogas or the bio-rest from the biogas production is very rich on phosphorus. In our fields, there are limits on how much phosphorus are allowed on the fields. We need solutions that can dose the phosphorus so that it fits the content compared to the other nutritions and to the level that is needed in the concrete field. The biogas biorest gives us a chance to collect a scarce resource. And in my opinion, we actually cannot afford not to use this potential.
Thank you so much. And I know that one of the big challenges also is that many of our areas where we produce a lot of food has too much phosphorus in the land, and that will create a huge challenge. How can a biogas plant then bring back the resources? Until now we have spread it directly on the land, but it will be a huge challenge. At the same time as we import huge amounts of phosphorus, in this case to Denmark. But not only to Denmark, we do that in Norway, and we do that also in this case in Sweden. So from biogas to incineration in order to prepare for recycling, that's the next step. And do you have any comments on that question?
Yes, in Denmark, we have a political goal that the capacity of incineration plant should be reduced by 30% in the coming years and before 2030. We should stop burning and instead recycling our resources. And that's the background for this political deal. Our goal is that this the incineration plant that is located in the municipality of Hjørring is that this plant can be used as a resource plant in the circular economy, and this is actually a very good example on how to recycle resources and using our plant to do that instead of incineration.
Good, thank you so much. We'll now try to put the map back on the screen again. So now we are moving from Denmark, that has number 2 and number 3. So the incineration step is to prepare it for recycling, because what is now intended to happen in the future, that we will have a phosphorus recovery plant, a phosphorus production unit in Helsingborg. So please, on the stage, Jan Svärd, CEO of Easy Mining. I have a small jar here containing very pure phosphorus, and I know that that is what you aim to produce in Helsingborg.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a slide, and it actually is there. But at least it was there. Anyway, you know, phosphorus is a finite raw material. It exists. Oh, here it comes. It exists in nature, but extremely unevenly spent, you know, concentrated. And of course, the big reserves are in Morocco, and as contains high levels of cadmium. So phosphorus is absolutely needed. We need to eat it, otherwise we die. It's part of our DNA. So it needs to be there, but if it's in too much, of course, you get eutrophication. So it's an environmental problem, a health problem, and an issue with availability for food production. So what we do is that we take this ash from Denmark, in this case, coming to Helsingborg. The ash contains 9% of phosphorus. In a mine, actually contains maybe 2%. So it's good, but it of course contains other things too. So you need to treat this ash, and to recover iron of it, you add hydrochloric acid, you make it iron chloride, so you kind of use all the things that you put in. And then you replace the iron and aluminum and things like that that you have in there with calcium, and you get a calcium phosphate, which is actually a feed additive, and that's something animals really need to have for their growth. So calcium phosphate is the final product. Then of course it can also contain some heavy metals, and that you have to be sure that you take away, and we do this by reducing pH and then increasing pH again, and then we get the slurry, which you can actually sell to melters or companies that is actually processing copper, aluminum and so on today. So this, in short, is the technology, and the step we come out, and it will come out like the material, like Per is just showing there.
Thank you so much, Jan. And what we do now is that we bring back the map again. We're still at number 4, where we have the plants, but now we will invite Sara Stjernström from our research center in Uppsala. You're the project manager for our work with producing a feed phosphate. So please, the stage is yours. And I don't know, to be honest, if we have slides. We have technical issues here. So no slides. So please make sure that you are, if you can, share them. Otherwise, you speak up.
Can you see it?
Yes, we do.
But you don't see it in a share mode.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead. So thank you. I'll do like this, sorry. Thank you so much, Per. I think that we want to become more self-sufficient, and we want to become sustainable in general. And so I think safe recycling of phosphorus should be a top priority. And I think these initiatives are very exciting. So as Jan said, we have a process called ash to phos, where we recover phosphorus. And this is a really great process because, as Jan also said, we get a really pure feed phosphate. So we get the precipitated calcium phosphate, and this can be used in feed. And it's very clean thanks to the incineration process before our process. Incineration is great for detoxification because it takes away the pathogens, the microplastic and the organic contaminants, and gets a really good raw material with high phosphorus content. And what we do then is to extract the phosphorus. And we can also add a detoxification step, as Jan said, and we take away the heavy metals, and we end up with this very pure product. And for example, it's low in fluorine, which is really appreciated when you do a feed phosphate. But it also has high performance, so it has high digestibility. It's fully digestible, it's fully soluble, in citric acid. Has the same solubility as monocalcium phosphate, which is traditionally used today. But it's also tested now in digestibility tests, so the uptake in animals, in pigs and poultry, and we show that we have really good results here.
Sara, the technicians here asked me to say that if you press on present mode, you will come up.
Okay.
On the PowerPoint. Now we have it.
Okay, good. Thank you. So, it's very clean, as I said, low in fluorine, for example, and this is very important. It has the same solubility in citric acid, which means that it has a good uptake in animals. This we also now tested on pigs and poultry with very good results. And we have another important activity, and this is important to understand. Today in EU, everything recovered with the origin of wastewater is banned within EU. So we're not allowed to sell products using this process, even though we can show that it's pure and safe. So we are in legal discussions with the European Phosphorus Platform and the European Food Safety Authority to try to change this. And if you look at this slide, you can really see that we have the legal limits here to the left, and we fulfill all these legal limits to the right in our product. So it's a clean, safe feed phosphate. So now we really need to open the legislation. And I think my take-home message would be for you to understand that ash could be a safe starting point. So with different waste streams, we can have ash as a safe starting point, and this would mean that we can then recover phosphorus and bring that to the European market, which will make us more self-sufficient and more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sara. What we talk about here is the purest monoammonium phosphate, calcium phosphate that we have on the market. We are not still up and running. We are environmental permit process for the first plant in Sweden, but we also an environmental permit process in Germany. Jan, do you want to elaborate about the future and the plans?
Yes. So as we say, circular economy. Everybody wants it. We go for it, but the legal system is all set up for linear. And then, of course, environmental permits takes many years to do. And but we are now in the permitting stage. We have designed the 2 plants, and we hope to be ready in 2 years or so.
Thank you. Thank you. We now move to number 5. So the map back on the screen. And here I will make comments about what the potential. One of the partners in our collaboration is Dan Hatch. They are producing, in this case, eggs. And of course, their challenge now is how can we source the phosphorus needed? How can we source the food for the chickens? And what's happening now in the industry that they need to turn more and more into soya. And we know, of course, the challenge with producing soy protein in the world. But there is an availability. We could, to be honest, produce everything what they need if we can allow to use what has been recycled. So partner in this one is Dan Hatch, and then, of course, the leftover, the track after the chicken production will also go, of course, back in the biogas production, and then, of course, back to the incinerator, and then you have the real closed loop. So this is the future, and I definitely believe we need to move in this direction as soon as possible. I would like to now invite back on the stage. We have Jan Svärd from Easy Mining. We have Lotte Wang, that is in Denmark. And we have Sara Tjärnström in Uppsala at our research facility. So now moving into the final panel. Great. I would like to have the first question to you, Jan. So if you come to me here. Your reflection when you hear about this Nordic collaboration and the potential, what are your views?
No, first of all, it's a huge opportunity for Norway. They are today, of course, using a lot of phosphorus as fish feed, and then it ends up on the bottom of the ocean. Technology has just been developed. If you would have seen the beautiful film that we had in the beginning, you would see that it's not really there. The consortium has managed to bring this up as a really nice sludge with not so much water in it. So the first stage is really there, and the volume and opportunity is large. And it's actually 9,000 tons that is used. Just to compare, the whole Swedish consumption is about 10, excluding feed applications.
Good, and then we turn to Lotte. When you hear about Jan and the potential for egg production in the future?
Yes, first I would like to comment on Jan here, saying that this is a potential for Norway. As I see it, we have a fully ready infrastructure to take this sludge from the fish farms. There's no reason that we build this elsewhere in Denmark. Or especially in the north of Denmark, we are very close to Norway, and we are ready to take this fish sludge into the biogas plants and making gas and recycling resources.
At the previous session, At the previous session that we held here, we talked about nitrogen, and we see a huge potential to increase the methane production for biogas plants, because the bigger challenge when you're producing biogas, besides what you're going to do with the leftover, is the nitrogen content. So there's a huge potential to combine different techniques here and to enable increased production and not wasting of that as well. Sara, I know that you have been doing a lot of research, what you could say, or scouting, because now we talk about the challenge in Europe, but there are other places around the world where legislation is not hindering in the same way. Will we have Europe to be the only one that doesn't accept circular solutions? What is your view?
No, I believe that there is of course a potential to export this product to countries where it's actually allowed. One country where it's allowed, for example, is Canada, and they're very interested in circular phosphorus. So it would be a pity if Europe continues to have a linear legislation and not focusing on quality, but are stuck in this origin. That would be very sad. So I really hope that Europe and the EU Commission will now take up actions to open this legislation.
Jan, you're standing here, and I know that you talked a lot about scalability. We are now planning for 2 plants, but what do you see is important in this Nordic collaboration going forward?
I think this is something that can be repeated, not only in the Nordics. Nordics has the chance to take a lead here if our legislator would allow, but I think it can be repeated in everywhere there is big cities, where everywhere they have fish farming and everywhere. So this is a global event that can really help the phosphorus situation. And so it's not just one pledge, but it will be required, you know, maybe 100 plants like this going forward.
Yes, and I remember by myself in 2018 when we became the example for innovation and leadership at UN Sustainability High-Level Political Forum for our phosphorus innovation, and so there is a huge interest. But let's go from talking to action. That is my thinking. Lotte, something in the end from your side. What would you like to say to the politicians in Denmark?
Well, I don't know if it's a question about the politicians in Denmark. Of course, I would like my politicians in Denmark to push this legislation in Europe, so that we can show that we're able to create safe, innovative solutions for the future, as Sarah says, without focusing on the origin, but focusing on what is actually there. Because we have tried this. This is not a project that we are talking about. We have actually tried to do it, and we have a ready infrastructure, and I would like to show that we can do this.
I believe that something has happened in Germany, because they have put something in place. They have not waited for European Union. Is that correct, John?
Yes, they do, and so I think that's. We had a discussion here the other day. I mean, politicians, legislators needs to give, you know, sticks and carrot. And one good example is actually in Germany, where they have, in already 2017, decided it's not sustainable what we do with phosphorus. So they put a law in place that's going to be operating from 2029, that you have to recover phosphorus. So that is both a stick and a carrot in a way, and then they give support for people who wants to invest in recovering phosphorus. So you need to combine this in a good way, and also set firm dates when you have to do it. I think that's the only way to go.
And the funny thing, or the good thing, it's not good to have the huge challenges around the world that we're now facing, but the prices for phosphorus are really skyrocketed, and nobody believes it really will come down to the same levels. So suddenly, if you're allowed to produce this high quality, the cost for the cities, the cost for the countries will be reduced if they're allowed to use it, if they're allowed to recycle. So now suddenly we have a carrot, I believe.
Yeah, I fully agree. So it is financially possible today, and particularly if you're allowed to use it for feed, which is the highest paid. And of course, it's really strange that, like Sara explained there, that you have the purest and, you know, much lower contaminates than in any of the legal systems that is in the world for feed, and you're not allowed to use it. That is something fundamentally wrong, but that's based on that nobody thought about this in the linear economy when they set the legislation in the 80s. So, you know, modernization of legislation is required for circular solutions to come through.
We see that Norway as a nation, they are moving ahead. They understand that their second biggest industry are threatened. So they see the challenge, so they need to make sure that the fish sludge are collected. Denmark start to see also the problem when it comes to the content in the soils. And of course, how can we make sure that we are less dependent on import from troublesome countries like Russia? Because to be honest, the purest quality is next to this one, more or less, is the Russian phosphorus. So there is an alternative here that we see a potential going forward, and don't stop wasting is my last words from this session. Thank you so much, the ones has watched online. We're sorry for some troublesome with some slides and some films, but we will come back in more sessions and talk about the potential for the havbruk, for the aquaculture, but also making sure that we create circular loops. The Nordic collaboration has just started, and I agree totally with Lotte. It's not the individual country that can make the big difference. We need to make sure that we unite and we go to European Union and enable this to happen. We will make sure that we have someone that will buy the feed phosphate, and it looks in the beginning that it might be outside of Europe. So that would be painful to say for Europe, we are now exporting what you should use instead. So by that, thank you so much, my panelists, and thank you so much here on the screen, but also Jan Svärd, your CEO of Easy Mining. Thank you so much.
Tack Lotte. Jag antar att vi kan
Welcome back to the Swedish pavilion here at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. Welcome every one of you who are joining us online at Business Sweden's web platform and also through We Don't Have Time. And also, of course, welcome everyone who are joining us here in the Swedish pavilion. Here in the Swedish pavilion, we have gathered some of the most front-running stakeholders from public and private sector, academia, and civil society in order for us to discuss and showcase the best practice examples in the area of policy, finance, and innovation that are needed to accelerate the green transition and also to, of course, achieve the Paris Agreement. Throughout these 2 weeks, we are hosting and broadcasting more than 60 events here in the Swedish pavilion on how we together can pioneer the possible and make the green transition the greatest collab in human history. My name is Emma Moderator, and I'm Head of Sustainability at Business Sweden, which is the Swedish Trade and Invest Council. And I'm extremely thrilled to moderate this session today, where I'm going to take you on a journey with a concrete example of how public and private sector can work together to accelerate the green transition and try to go from a fossil-dependent economy to a net zero economy and try to go from a linear system into a circular system and a circular economy. And with me here today, I have Magnus Berntsson. You are the Regional Minister of Environment in Region Västra Götaland. And also with me directly from Gothenburg, I have 3 distinguished guests from the private sector in the region Västra Götaland. And before letting you in, I would just like to introduce you. And we have Carl Johan Rundberg, who is Senior Vice President and Public Affairs at Volvo Group. And we also have Christian Jebsen, who is Communication and Public Affairs Manager at Novo Energy, which is a joint venture between Volvo Cars and the battery producer Northvolt. Last but not least, we have Sarah Davidson. You are the Sustainability Manager at Stena Recycling. Before letting you in, I would actually like to turn to you, Magnus. Can you please tell me where you are at the moment and just give us a little tour on your journey from a fossil-dependent region to a net zero economy? Take us away.
Thank you so much, Emma. Yes, I'm representing the region of Västra Götaland, which is on the southwestern part of Sweden. Gothenburg is the major city, and it's almost 2 million inhabitants in the area, and we are a heavily industrialized region. So for us, we are working from the regional side with healthcare, but we also work with public transportation, culture, but here today we will be more focusing on regional growth and sustainable development. And this is something, of course, we need to do together with our industry, with our business side, and together with the academia, and also sometimes with the civil society. So they put a picture with me here also. So perhaps I could say just one more word about what I do, because I'm also president of the Assembly of European Regions, which is the largest regional network of Europe that works with everything that's on the table for regions of Europe. And right now, I would say the energy questions is so important and in so many different ways. And from the regional and local side, you see that you need to work closely with the business side, especially for being able to implement. Because now we are not talking about different pilots anymore. We are talking about implementation in the big systems, and this is something you need to do together. So I'm also actually recently elected to a member of the Swedish Parliament. So that's what I will continue with in the future. But I will go to the next slide. And as I said, Region Västra Götaland, we are on the western part of Sweden, and is one of the largest employers in Sweden with 55,000 employees. And of course, it's important for us to do what we can to make sure that we have a future that we can give to the next generation, but also that we can live with this generation. And so what we have done is that we have been taking really political decisions that are rather forerunning, I would say, because we have decided that we should be a fossil-free region until 2030, which is ambitious, and that is definitely something that you could take a decision in the parliament, in the regional parliament. That's not the problem. The problem is that you need to have some backing of it, and that's why we are working together with municipalities and also with the business side. And actually, all these actors that have also signed on this goal. And we were on a good way. Of course, the war in Ukraine have changed some of the timetable, but I would say that the ambition is even stronger now. So we've decided to reduce our fossil our CO emissions to 80% compared with 1990, but we also have a consumption goal. So if inhabitants of Västra Götaland are making emissions but somewhere else, we also have that as a goal. So we have said that we will lower them with 30% compared with 2010, which is really important for us. And if I go to the next slide, I would also want to show that we are on the way. We have turned to them that they need to do this transition. They know if they don't do this, it will be very hard to sell their products and their services in 5 or 10 years. So they have a lot of demands to the political side, and I think that's very good that we can work that way. Thank you for letting me start with those words.
Thank you, Magnus. And I do actually have a follow-up question to you, because Sweden is, innovation and sustainability is a part of our DNA, right? And currently, Sweden is undergoing a historical transformation in order for us to reach our net zero targets to become fossil-free by 2045. And although this is going on in entire Sweden, region of Västra Götaland is in the lead, and you're leading the way. How come?
Let's see if we can hear me again. Yeah, I think it's working now. I would say that the fact that we, as you say, we have that in our DNA that we need to cooperate, but also in the western part of Sweden, we have the historical way of living, that we always been trading with others, and that's why we also have a lot of industry, heavy industry in our area, and that's so important to know that, to understand why a small country and a region in a small country with an industry that are export oriented, of course we need to be a forerunner, and that's something that we doesn't really just want to live. We see the opportunities in this. If we do this transition quickly, this is good for our business side, it's good for employment in the region, but it's good for the world. And we are not here just to brag what we are doing, because we also want to share our experience, and we think others can also see things that could be helpful in their transition, because we need to do this transition for the sake of the world.
Right. So, in other words, the green transition, how you describe it, is not only possible, but it also brings possibilities in terms of new green jobs, green growth, and prosperity. And you also mentioned earlier the fact that the politics has kind of set out the direction for the green transition. But the shift we're seeing today is that it is the private sector driving the green transition and pushing the climate agenda forward. And many of the front-running companies that we have with us here at COP27, and the companies also being represented in the session here today, they have already set their own climate targets to become net zero and climate neutral. And they're also here to back up the negotiations, and they're also backing up Sweden's ambition to become net zero and fossil free. And we're talking also more and more about the importance of private sector and the role of innovation, and not least also the role of and the importance of public and private partnership. And this is also key in terms of our national determined contributions, and in order for us to reach our NDCs, we need to actively involve the private sector, especially when it comes to heavy industries and not least also heavy fossil industries, such as the private sector and the transportation sector. And with that, I would actually like to invite one of our distinguished guests from the private sector directly with us from Gothenburg. And I would like to say hi to you, Carl-Johan Rundberg, who are the Senior Vice President and Public Affairs at Volvo Group. Can you tell us a little bit about your journey and also how you were working together with the region for you to not only reduce the emission within the transportation industry and reach your own net zero targets of your own, but also the regional net zero targets?
Thank you. And very, very happy to be here and talk about this important topic at this important get together as COP27 really is. And of course, environmental care is and have always been at the center of the Volvo Group. And it evolves pretty much around everything we do and how we do it. And being able to work together with a public representative as the region of the Västra Götaland is a key, because what we are doing now is not only setting products as we have been for almost 100 years to the market. Now we are changing the whole system in how they operate. So we are redefining transport the way it has been for almost 100 years evolving. But as the Volvo Group, we have signed into the Paris Agreement, we have signed up to the scientific-based target, and we are up to delivering on those goals and ambition. But in order to do so, it's really important to have partners and strong collaborating members in order to build that system when we are transforming such a complex system as the transport system is, because it exists about so many different partners and stakeholders. So to be able to try that in a smaller scale, close to your home R&D center, as we have with the region of Västra Götaland and have done in several projects over the last several decades, starting up when we electrified the public transport sector in a key project starting up for more than 15 years ago, where we jointly in a project called Electricity started to test and try, okay, how can we transform the public transport system of buses from the fossil dependent system that we used to have to a climate neutral system of tomorrow with battery electric vehicles. And there we gathered a number of stakeholders under the lead of Västra Götalandsregionen, leading up to a first trial of electrified buses 10 years ago. And we tried that in a number of lines in Gothenburg. We skewed and we experimented and we developed a system that would function in a broader scale, leading up to that the region of Västra Götaland and the city of Gothenburg switched over more or less the full fleet of central buses to full electric buses back in 2020. So that is showing it starting off in trial and error, moving over, learning together and experimenting and being able to delivering that. And that is now being showed as a showcase globally when exporting battery electric public transport systems to cities all over the world. So it's really important, innovating together, collaborating. Now we are redoing that electricity trick once more with the real project, which is basically doing the same thing, but for heavy transports. So we are building an ecosystem on how to transform the heavy transports of goods in the region, and being able to mirror that and expand that into regions out in the world to reduce greenhouse emissions from heavy transports. So a collaboration in a broad system approach, it's crucial to have a strong partner like we have with Västra Götaland, who can facilitate such good collaborations and make us learn jointly and then push that out in the world in order to make a significant change when it comes to the change of greenhouse gas emissions globally.
Thank you, Carl-Johan. And it's clear that innovation and collaboration, or collaborating together, is key. And from Volvo's point of view, being one of the largest transportation companies in the world, what makes region Västra Götaland so attractive for establishing and investing in production related to electromobility, would you say?
Yeah, the Volvo Group, we're present in 190 markets all over the world, and of course, with that, we experiment within the Västra Götalands region and bring that knowledge. So basically, the key is, of course, Västra Götaland. We shouldn't hide the fact that, of course, this is where we were founded. So this is sort of the cradle of the Volvo Group. So here we have the full system of all the engineers needed to create transportation system. We have the production facilities, but we also have the knowledge for building transportation system for more than 100 years, jointly with the regions. So all key stakeholders, from the academia to the public society to key subcontractors and key engineers, in order to create the system approach that we are so desperately needing in order to evolve and transform the transportation system. Those are present in the Västra Götalands region since we've been here so long, and everybody is sort of buying into the sustainability journey that we are in, and that is a key, because with a common agenda and a common target and a common ambition in order to innovate and transform jointly, you can create these huge changes. So of course the proximity, but also the real innovative spirit and sort of the ambition to change together, and the targets that we have set jointly in order to evolve the system. That is one of the key attractiveness with the Västra Götalands region.
Thank you, Carl-Johan. And for us also to accelerate the shift to electrification and also the transition into a decarbonized future, Volvo Cars have teamed up with a world-leading producer of green batteries, Northvolt, to create the greenest battery production in the world. And I would like to now hand over the word to Christian Jensen, who is the Communication and Public Affairs Manager at Novo Energy. Christian, could you please tell us about Novo Energy and also your role in electrifying the transportation industry, and also, not least, to power the next generation of EVs?
Sure. And yeah, let me also thank you for inviting me to this session. Super happy to be here, and great to get to share our story on this very important world stage. You said in your intro, I do work for Novo Energy, and we're part of, I would say, one of the most exciting developments and collaborations in Sweden right now. Together with Volvo Cars, Northvolt, the battery company, has created a joint venture, which is us, in order to build a battery factory and an R&D center in Gothenburg. Still very much in the starting blocks, but on the track to be up and running by 2026. It's no small investment. Together, Northvolt and Volvo are making a little bit over 3 billion euros or dollars of investment. But it's worth maybe going back and look at why they're doing that right now. So Volvo Cars, just like Volvo Group, are heading full speed towards an all-electric future. By 2025, which is very soon, 50% of Volvo Cars' global sales will be fully electric. And they have the very bold ambition, again, to offer only pure electric cars by 2030. And of course, the crucial component to reach those ambitions is battery cells. So if you ask me, it's a great match to team up with the leading battery firm from Sweden, Northvolt, that already develops the world's greenest battery to both develop and produce these batteries for the next generation Volvo cars. Northvolt on their side, they have, to my knowledge, the highest commitment to developing green and sustainably sourced batteries. These batteries have an 80% lower carbon footprint compared to most batteries that today, sadly, are made using coal energy. And Northvolt and Volvo found themselves in that shared view of sustainability. So 2 parts of the JV, the joint venture, is the Gigafactory. It's a 50 gigawatt hour per year factory. Doesn't mean much to most people, but that's a supply of batteries for approximately 500,000 cars per year. And it's located in Torslanda, right next to the existing Volvo Cars plant. And we're starting construction early next year. What's already in place is our R&D center, where we're developing the next new batteries and technologies, and where we have the benefit of being half Northvolt, half Volvo, where we can work very closely together with Volvo Cars to make sure that the batteries is tailor-made and seamlessly integrated into the new Volvo Cars. We look forward to doing that because we'll be able to sort of influence both the platform and the vehicle integration technologies to further reduce CO2 emissions even more, while also giving customers what they want, the longer range and shorter charging times. That's very, very briefly about us and what we're doing.
Thank you, Christian. And I must say, I'm actually ready to agree with you, but I think this is one of the most exciting projects ongoing in Sweden at the moment. And I also think it's a great example of collaboration also between private sector stakeholders in order for you to together collaborate to reach common goals. But of all places in the world, Christian, what are your key arguments why your company is investing in Västra Götaland?
A good question, because it wasn't always 100% that's where it might seem so now, like a no-brainer that we would build the factory and R&D center just right next to Volvo. But as a matter of fact, we looked at many different sites all over Europe, but we had a strong favor for Sweden first of all. And while the proximity to Volvo was of course a factor, access to clean renewable energy is extremely important, and you can find that in abundance in Sweden. Sustainable energy supply is really key to battery production. So we've secured 100% green energy. We want to see even more investments on this in Sweden and in the region to be able to really scale up. But I would say the one factor that really pushed Gothenburg to the top of the list was the innovative landscape and the technical know-how and experience from both automotive and heavy industry that you can get here. And I think already today, the Gothenburg region is an innovation hub in battery technology and electromobility, thanks to some of the people on this call, but also other actors. So if we want to continue to be an international role model in a transition to a fossil-free transport system, this is really the place to be for us. And I think just as Northvolt and Volvo found a shared view on sustainable production, we also got that back from Gothenburg and the region of Västra Götaland. They have very ambitious plans. They've made sure that we can power our factory with fossil-free energy, and also had really good plans on how we can integrate engineering solutions that prioritize circularity and resource efficiency. And I could give you a very concrete example there. One particularly clever engineering solution is how we're solving the need for a large amount of water that we need to cool in the battery production. And so Gothenburg, the city of Gothenburg will deliver technical water. In new pipes that they're taking from their facility fairly close by. It's wastewater from residents and industry that's been treated and stuff to extract biogas, for example. But instead of just discharging it into the sea, which is what you normally would do, they will reroute this up to us and we can use it for cooling of the factory. And the beauty is that when doing the cooling, the water becomes heated again and then we can pump it right back into Gothenburg's district heating network. And it just makes sense. Reduces our climate footprint, and it's just a smart circular solution. And it's again sort of one other aspect that just made us even more sure that Gothenburg was the right place to be. That's just one of many examples.
Yeah, I think that was many good arguments why we would establish or invest in Gothenburg and the region Västra Götaland. Thank you so much, Christian. And you also mentioned the importance of circularity, and it is obviously an extremely important part that we do not only focus on enabling net zero value chains and net zero economies, but also moving from linear economies into circular economies and circular value chains. And with us also from Gothenburg, we have Sarah Davidsson, who is Sustainability Manager at Stena Recycling, which is one of Sweden's leading recycling companies who are developing sustainable and circular solutions and clean quality secondary resources. And Sarah, welcome to our virtual stage here at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. Could you please tell us a little bit about your efforts in order for us to close the loops?
For sure, and thank you for having me. I'd like to share 3 very inspiring, distinct cases with you, but first let me give you some background. So material and food production, both in Sweden and globally, causes approximately half of our greenhouse gas emissions. And today, to combat climate change, we have a lot of focus on the role of energy. However, we need to also tackle the remaining half of emissions, and this is associated with making products. And on top of this, we have a scarcity of resources. We have a too high demand of, for example, metals. And the plans that we have now for electrification require lithium and copper and cobalt and other materials, and there's a strong scarcity of this on Earth. So, completing the picture with the other speakers at Stena Recycling, we believe that our biggest contribution to sustainability is related to the care for resources. And combining our knowledge with our customers' challenges makes a perfect base to develop circular solutions. And many of our innovations, they begin with bringing together challenges of 2 or 3 or even more separate clients. And when we all join in as partners, suddenly we can look at the challenges in new light. So now to the cases. The first one that I want to show you is and tell about is the Battery Recycling Center in Halmstad, just about an hour south of Gothenburg on the west coast of Sweden. And it will open next year, and it's showcased right here behind me in the picture. And this is an investment of about 250 million euro, and in part financed by the Swedish Energy Agency and their fund for climate innovation investments. And the location in Halmstad is actually perfect because we have both railways and open water connecting Sweden with several neighboring countries. And this is, of course, interesting for both Volvo Group and Northvolt and the previous speakers and many others. Now, related to this, but a separate project, is what we call battery loop, because a good portion of the batteries that are deemed end of life for vehicle use, they have about 70% of energy storing capacity left. And this makes them really interesting for reuse in other applications, like power backup in buildings. And our estimation is that the new battery center, together with battery loop, will create about 170, 180 new jobs, and about 60 of these will be in Halmstad. I have a third example, and we call this remade cars. Now today, cooperating with Volvo Cars, we already recycle about 95% of the materials in cars. This is in itself an amazing number, considering the amount of different complex materials that cars are made of. But the goal is 100%. And to reach 100%, we need to team up several partners and address different aspects, other things than what we have addressed previously. Things like design for recycling, avoiding waste in manufacturing, and really maximizing reuse before recycling. And to be able to do this on an industrial scale, we need to compete with virgin material costs. And to do this, we need not necessarily high volumes all the time, but we need stable volumes, steady flows, and to be able to assure high qualities in the materials. And the research and testing and offset of new methods for us is based at Stena Nordic Recycling Center, and this is also in Halmstad. And putting a lot of competence and resources in one region makes it, we have spin-offs to other innovations also. And this is something that I think we can all confirm, all the speakers here today. Now, these things save us a lot of energy and resources in the companies itself and in the community. And of course, we avoid a lot of emissions as well as other negative environmental impacts. And I think what is really inspiring is that these kinds of partnerships, they really challenge traditional ways of thinking and making decisions in business. And the notion of linear business models, where one part is the manufacturer, the producer, and the others are suppliers, this is getting older day by day. So I think that with these three examples, that I can also contribute to proving that we do have transition towards future solutions that work in practice.
Thank you so much, Sarah. You're getting applause here in the pavilion. And I mean, what you are also addressing is your central role in enabling more circular economy system or circular systems. And also you have already taken a lot of important steps. But what's next? Tell us, what is Stena Recycling working on right now?
We're always working on doing things better, of course, things that we already do. But one thing that I'd like to share with you is reuse instead of recycling. And this, of course, challenges our very core business. But we want to take a lead in reuse. And this is possible, of course, for products and materials that have high quality, and they can be reused in new products instead of being ground and recycled. And this means, of course, an extended life of valuable materials. And this is something that we're working on, and this is being more, getting more and more common day by day. Also, we're focusing on circular solutions and circular advice. We're giving training and advice to clients to more circular solutions. Plastics is one area of focus for us that we're traditionally, of course, metals is an area that we all globally know is very valuable, and we've known for a long time. But plastics, did you know that less than 20% of Sweden's total plastic waste is recycled? And this comes often as a surprise to people. So we need to address this. And I'd like to share one more case, if I may, also on the West Coast. This is called chemical recycling. And to do this, we're teaming up. The plastic recycling industry is teaming up with Borealis, also on the west coast of Sweden, about an hour north of Gothenburg. And so today, a lot of plastics cannot be material recycled, so they end up in energy recovery or globally, mostly in landfills. So what we're testing right now with Borealis is to be able to use plastics, recycled plastics, and melt it down on a molecular level and then used again in products, products that require really clean materials such as healthcare products and in the food and beverage industry. And this is really exciting. And I cannot emphasize enough the role of research in different businesses, research in the academia, and the regional hubs on the West Coast. They cannot be overrated in their contribution to making this innovation possible.
Thank you so much, Sara, for sharing your great examples and your inspiring efforts. And I would like to turn over to you, Magnus. I mean, hearing this, it's really fascinating and inspiring to hear that regional Västra Götaland is no doubt on an extremely interesting journey, and that you are home to several pioneering companies, but also have a strong collaborative approach on reaching your mutual targets. And it really strikes me that the fact that currently there are few places around the world where batteries and electrification and electromobility are developing very fast. And that is typically in Asia and in North America, but also in Sweden and actually in region Västra Götaland. How come? What is your answer to that? It's quite heavy, I mean, competition that you're having.
Yes, absolutely, and it was not. I mean, this is not by chance. We have been working together for a long time, and see that we have the competences, we have the structure of industry structure, we have the close contacts between all the stakeholders. Of course, there are a lot of companies that are competing with each other, but we also can meet up with the different sectors of the industry, and we can see what's lacking, and we can work together. And we do this rather strategically, and has done that for a long time. And right now, together we have a new regional strategy, and we have a few different focuses, and one of them are electrification, and including in electrification, I would say that hydrogen is part of that. And so then we can work together very closely with everyone that wants to work in this sector, and we make sure that we get the right stakeholders together. But it will not happen if the industry to do this, or if we don't manage to get all the permissions, so to be able to develop. So it's a hard job, but we see the advantage as if we do this together, and that's what we have done for a long time. And I think we saw a lot of good examples on this in the old days, but also now. I think transportation, that is a sector where we excel in the western part of Sweden, but also symbiosis. As I think what we heard here from Sara and from Carl-Johan and Christian really interconnected, because we can see that one company's output will be the next one's input, and we can use this in the whole system, and I think that is really crucial. But then you need to talk to each other, and I think we have the tradition of having platforms where we talk. It's not only with the fika where we talk, but we have like industrial fika in that sense.
Yeah, you should never underestimate the importance of fika, actually, but also if we should try to be more concrete, actually, what this actually entails with this transformation and this public-private partnership that you so well have actually illustrated here today. But what does it mean in terms of both climate benefits, but also social economical benefits, which is it, for the region?
But I would say that we are with our back against the wall, all of us. So we need to change. Otherwise, we can't continue to live in a welfare society if we don't change. And the adoption of taking advantage of the changes is, of course, also a lot of opportunities here. And that's what we want to see, that we don't need to go back to the Middle Ages or anything. We can if we challenge ourselves, and if we work together, and if we dare to have a climate for that foster innovation and really want to see that and also make sure that you will design something for the long run and not just for what's the best thing right now, but perhaps problem for us in the next generation or in just a couple of years. If you have that with you, you have the possibilities to succeed. It's not easy, but it's necessary because we want our citizens' welfare in the future, and if we don't adapt, we will have major problems.
Indeed. And we have already touched upon it a little bit, but also it's clear that you've been showcasing that you have a success case here, and that you also are showing best practice examples and that it works in practice. And yes, we talked about the importance of Hicke, but what other success factors would you like to highlight?
Of course, if I'm talking from the public side, from the regional side, we have the opportunity to be some kind of catalysator, but also a mediator in this. And one thing that is important for us on the regional level in Sweden is that we have the right of taxation, which is rather unusual on the regional level. We don't have the legislative power, and we don't have so much the role of doing the control of everything that our other stakeholders are doing. So that gives us this really good role of making sure that we can connect everyone, and that's I think that's a strong argument. But of course, also in the long run, we need to also make sure that it's not just talking. We need to have economic systems that work. But often, that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is to get the right permissions in the right time, to get other things that we don't are responsible just by ourselves, but that are others. And when we can speak with a strong voice together, that's much easier to get that done.
Thank you, Magnus. I would like to let our distinguished panelists from the region back into the studio, and I would like to start with you, Carl-Johan, at Volvo Group. What would you say would be, the role of the region, and what can actually the region play in terms of the transition to zero-emission production in a large global company, and also the region's efforts that we're currently seeing? What kind of benefits and impact does it have outside of the regional, but of course the national borders of Sweden?
Yeah, I think to circle back and pick up to some of the things that has been discussed here today. I think we shouldn't underestimate the role of the region to first and foremost facilitate these broad networks of actors that are needed in order to combat such a big thing as climate change, creating a network and creating partnership. Because that is the foundation of all the innovation lies upon, but also the role that the region has in order to create challenge us as the private sector in order to be more innovative, and being able to back that up with, for instance, public procurement when you see so you can both start to challenge and evolve the private sector via facilitating networks, creating knowledge and so forth. And like Christian mentioned earlier, Gothenburg is a true innovation hub when it comes to these technologies of tomorrow, primarily when it comes to electrification in the automotive industry. We really see an innovation hub growing up in Gothenburg. And the region of Västra Götaland is a key facilitator for that happening in the region. So that role is really crucial. So the source of knowledge, the key facilitator, the challenger of the private sector, but also as a first mover in public procurement, when we see that these technologies, when they need to become more and more mature in order to grow in a bigger market, they can be amongst the first movers to pick up on these new technologies, like they did in the Västra Götalands region with the public transportation system in Västra Götalands regionen, for instance.
Great, thank you so much, Carl-Johan. And Sarah, would you like to add something to the role of the region?
Yes, and I'd like to emphasize what the previous speaker said, because money spent on renewable industry creates 3 times as many jobs as money spent in the fossil industry. And this is a global figure, but it also applies for the west coast of Sweden. And albeit all 3 of us here are large companies and working on a global arena, things need to start on a small scale. You have to try things out. And this is where facilitating with infrastructure investments in order to create the right conditions for circular material flows is important. And also procurements in Sweden and globally, the procurements of state companies, regional companies, and the municipality, it stands for a great deal of our climate emissions, and therefore it's really important for these organizations as well to set up climate goals and circularity goals, and above all, to act upon them.
Thank you so much, Sara. Christian, is there anything that you would like to add?
No, I think just to echo what Carl-Johan said, the role that they can play as a facilitator is extremely important. And I think just for any region or policymaker, like, don't be shy. Keep the pace with us in the industry. You'll never keep up, but be ambitious and just be there for us, and great things will happen.
Thank you, and I really like the fact that you're describing the importance of pushing each other and challenge each other to do more together. And also, I mean, we have touched upon this as well, but the fact that this has, I mean, you have come far, but this did not come over, I mean, you didn't do this over a night, right? What would you say, if I hand over to you, Magnus, what would have been the largest challenges, would you say?
Oh, there's always challenges. We are speaking about people. But I think it took a while until everyone saw that this is the road that we are going. And when that happened, then we had a big shift, and then things started to go very quickly. And I think no one saw that electrification would be so important. If you go back 10 years, there would one of the routes. 5 years ago, yeah, perhaps. It's probably one of the ways, and now it's the way. So of course, you need to follow everything very careful. But also to really, I totally agree with what's said with procurements. What's said with being a test bed of testing out, because not all of you don't know, you don't have the answers from the start. You need to do some testing and see what will be the end result, and that works. And you don't know that from the beginning. And of course, everyone just want to put their money in what will work in the future. We don't know that. We need to do some chances also to see what will be the best way. And I totally agree that the regions and the public side altogether with procurement has an important role here to be able to test. I remember an example from the region where we tried to buy plastic disposable bags for the hospitals. And we couldn't find any that were not oil-based. So we said, we want to buy this, and we will buy millions and millions of it. Is there anyone that want to start to manufacture this? And in that way, we created a market. And of course, it was good for us, but that also created the market, so now everyone else also could buy those kind of disposable plastic. And I think that is an example that could be used in so many different other areas, in the transportation, in the industry side, and also making sure that you have the testing arenas for it.
That's a great example, thank you. And what kind of challenges, I would like to ask this question to you, Christian, working at a pioneering companies and really a groundbreaking innovation that you're trying to pioneer the new green battery industry. So what kind of challenges do you foresee ahead of you, and what would you say that you would need in order for you to overcome them?
That's the million or billion dollar question. I think for us, the key thing that's keeping us awake at night is finding the workforce, engineers, scientists. Sweden is a small country. We are in the forefront, and that's again one of the reasons why we picked Sweden and Gothenburg. But I think that will be a really, really, really important problem to solve, or challenge rather. That being said, I think we're doing great progress already on that point. But yeah, that's one of the things that keep me awake at night.
Thank you. And Sara, what kind of challenges do you foresee that you think will probably affect the development towards a more circular economy?
I agree with Christian that securing competence is really essential. What we tend to do in businesses is that we tend to look at right here, right now. We need to find this competence right here, right now. But what regions can do and what schools can do and the community is to teach the next generation. I think that life cycle assessment knowledge, this will be essential in the future. Everybody needs to know that. And you don't need to necessarily be a mathematician to be able to understand it, because we will have a lot of tools that will help us to calculate and to do different things. But we need to understand the basics of it. But if I look at legislation and governance, I think that we need to ensure that all materials are cared for using best available techniques. And concerning batteries that we spoke of earlier, I know that the European Union is working on a more modernized framework to fit the purpose. I think this needs to be done globally. Second, in more general terms, we need common goals for circularity. We need to have more standards specifying what we mean by circularity. And third, to properly reduce emissions. I think that our understanding of the dynamics of greenhouse gas emissions related to materials needs to grow. And at Stena, we're putting a lot of effort on a group level to better understand and calculate the footprint of different material flows, including all transports and processes, upstreams and downstreams, etc., to make better decisions and also to guide our clients and partners. But I think that this is something that we need to address in all companies, in all organizations. But if I might add also on the possibility side, we've done surveys, other companies have made surveys, and consumers, they expect producers to use recycled materials in their production. And consumers are willing to pay more for products made with recycled materials. But I think we also need to challenge the idea that recycled or climate neutral even materials are more expensive, because we need to also challenge the idea of the supply chain equaling the value chain. We need to separate the supply chain from the value chain and look on costs and and the value of products and services and goods on a higher scale. And of course, this is fundamental for new business models. So there's a huge potential for reuse and upgrading and recycling and other aspects of circularity.
Thank you. I mean, time flies when you have fun, right? And we need to unfortunately wrap up. But before doing that, I would like to just go around the virtual table and ask every one of you, what are your key messages for other regions and municipalities, both in Sweden, but of course globally, that also needs or want to do the same kind of transition and do the same kind of journey that is currently being done and that you are at currently in region of Västra Götaland. Can I start with you, Magnus?
Yes. Thank you for that question. I will start. Make sure that you have a platform where you meet all the stakeholders and make sure that you create trust. And that's something that takes time, but you need to start to have that, otherwise it will be problematic to get this cooperation to work. And then don't only talk about circularity as something nice or something beautiful or something shiny. Talk about circular business models so you come to the concrete action, and I think that's something that we have tried to do and that has been successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl-Johan at Volvo Group.
Yeah, I think two things. One that I had written down beforehand, and one that you said, Christian, that sort of stick to my mind. And to start with, it's important and really crucial to sort of keep up the good work, even though times is a bit rough and tough right now, with the geopolitical arena being more fearful than ever. It's so important to lose track of these long-term goals when here and now is requiring our attention more than ever, because fighting climate change, it is a marathon and not a sprint. So if you lose track of the long-term ambition and keep the focus on that, you will get lost. And we can't afford to get lost in this important topic. So focus on the long-term goals, such as the Paris Agreement, such as the EU's Fit for 55, and there are a number of these agreements in the long runs. So keep the focus on that from all stakeholders, because that creates the market, that sets the scene, and that creates the innovation atmosphere that is so crucial and creates the trust. And the last word that I picked up from you, Christian, is don't be shy. I think that is one of the main. Be bold, be dare, and dare to do different and strive towards a brighter future, because we can achieve it if we join forces and do it together.
Thank you, Carl-Johan. I really like that. Do not be shy and be bold. And with that, I would like to hand over to you, Soren.
Much good has been said already, but as I think Al Gore said at the opening speech at this COP27, we have a choice. And a circular economy offers a cost-effective approach to tackling our climate challenges. And remember the whole picture: half is energy, half is materials.
Thank you. Christian, last words from you.
Yeah, so if there's any regions or municipalities in the room, I hope you took notes. But I think, the most important thing for me is just walk the talk. Show that you understand sustainability and circularity. I mean, take it back to why we picked Gothenburg and Västra Götaland. It's the solution for the cooling water, investments in infrastructure, good energy supply. They knew what we wanted, so it was really hard to say no. And also really to echo what Magnus said, don't just talk about circularity as something nice. It is good business. And actually, I came across two things in September. A report, which I think, Sarah, you also mentioned, from the IEA, that showed that for the first time now, renewable energy jobs has overtaken fossil energy jobs globally. That's a huge thing. No one talked about it. And it also turns out, there was a study came out of Oxford, just now in September, that just black and white tells you it's cheaper to save the world than continue to destroying it. And switching from fossil fuels to renewable energy would save us enormous amounts of money. All these estimates that kept us from moving quickly, they were all wrong. So it is good business in this as well.
Thank you. Any last concluding remarks from you, Magnus?
I just want to thank everyone because I think we're together. You have been giving a very good example of how we can work together and how we do work together, and that we trust each other in talking about hard questions, and also trusting each other in knowing where that we are able to change the world if we are bold enough. And I think you have done a great job here from the company side. Thank you.
Thank you, Magnus, and I can only agree. So thank you very much for every one of you to participate today and sharing your very important and great and inspiring examples. And I think you said it very well. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you everyone for joining us today. If you would like to learn more about the region Västra Götaland's journey towards net zero and circular economy, and also more about the companies that participated today, please visit our webpage, Business Sweden, and also join us here at the pavilion. Come talk to us, and let's be bold, let's not be shy, and let's together pioneer the possible. Thank you.
it.
1, 2, 3. Test, 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 test.
طيب اوكي نبتدي يعني يقعدوا هنا مش كده we start? Can we start? Okay, so I talk here or here? No, here. Okay. Can you hear me? No, but it's not working. Okay, great. Okay, good afternoon. Great pleasure to be here in this the Swedish pavilion for this event on advancing gender-sensitive climate responses for sustaining peace. As you know, today is Gender Day at COP27. So on this occasion, with the government of Sweden, the Swedish embassy in Egypt, we thought it would be timely also to put a spotlight on this interface between women, gender responses, and sustaining peace. And this collaboration flows also from a wonderful partnership with Sweden in the context of a forum called the AS1 Forum for Sustainable Peace and Development. It's a platform that Egypt launched in 2019 when it was chairing the African Union, that brings together African countries with development partners to focus on the challenges facing sustainable peace and development in Africa. And last edition in June, we focused on climate change, and we also addressed in that context the topic of today's discussion. So this is bringing this conversation now to COP, and also to mention that as the COP presidency, we launched last Saturday an initiative called Climate Responses for Sustaining Peace. This is the first time ever at COP conferences that there is a presidency initiative that tries to mobilize climate responses for sustainable peace and development, and strengthening the interface in particular between climate change and peace building. So that is the overall framing of that conversation. Women are a pillar, an essential pillar and cross-cutting pillar of all the actions that will be under this initiative. So we thought it would be timely to really have a specific focus on that today. As we know, climate risks, escalating climate risks, exacerbate risk of loss of livelihood, disruption to communities, undermines community resilience, and women are at the front line of this, and they are the most adversely affected. At the same time, women are in the front line of the responses, of how we can leverage their role as peace builders, as agents of climate resilience, and what are the challenges and opportunity to achieve those. Bearing in mind also that it is a setting where the challenges relate also to some of the structural barriers and inequalities that face women engagement in climate action and in planning more generally. So without further delay, I'd like to, we have a wonderful panel to help discuss this issue and point to some challenges, but also to some solution. And I'll give immediately the floor to our first speaker, Matthias Frumery, Sweden's chief climate negotiator. And I invite him to take the floor and also thank him. He was with us on Saturday at the crisp launch, and great to have you, sir. Please.
Thank you, Ambassador, for that introduction, and thanks also for giving us the space to participate in the launch on Saturday. It was really a great event to be, and also a great event to be here, together with you all to celebrate Gender Day here at COP27, and specifically diving into the topic for this event today. Let me just maybe start off with a couple of reflections from a sort of Swedish perspective on how we would work within the Swedish government system on these issues, not only sort of related to the topic at hand, but more generally also sort of when it comes to allocating resources for advancing gender and climate issues more generally. Looking at when we go about our own internal budget process, we are instructed to look into three perspectives, basically, when advancing new budget proposals. And that is sort of how a particular budget proposal relates to jobs and growth, to gender, and to climate and environment. So by making that kind of holistic assessment of any kind of budget proposal, our aim would be to ensure that we sort of sensitize any kind of budget proposal along with those three perspectives, though including then also when it comes to gender and as well as climate and environment. And we have various types of sort of, maybe you could call them checklists for us within the government system to ensure that we're sort of taking the appropriate steps to mainstream as best possible these three perspectives. And that, of course, is something which we also bring then to our development cooperation. And within our development cooperation and within our development finance, we would have 5 different perspectives which we integrate into the totality of our development finance. Gender being one of them, and climate and environment being another one. So here again, we approach to sort of to mainstream the allocation of the resources that we put into development finance with bearing in mind the perspectives both of gender and climate and environment. And as a sort of a third element in that, you could say that that is of course also the approach that we bring to when entering into dialogue with our partners. When we engage with our development partners, our aim is to ensure that we're sort of providing finance and assistance based on the needs and priorities of our developing country partners. So by having sort of integrated both climate and environment and gender into our development programming, we come to the dialogue with our development partners based on that kind of holistic approach, sort of bringing these kind of those perspectives into that discussions. So with that approach, that is how we hope to be advancing gender-sensitive climate responses also for sustaining peace. Yeah, let me give you a couple of examples which with organizations that we are engaging with in order sort of to make sure that we deliver on that kind of approach. One example is our support to an organization called MADRE, an international women's rights organization that works together with local women-led organizations in conflict and war areas to promote social justice and women's full participation in conflict resolution and peace building. MADRE help advance grassroots solutions to strengthen women's and marginalized groups' resilience in the face of climate change. Another example of our support is our support through UN Women, which I guess many of you would know, putting women's voice, agency, and leadership in disaster risk reduction and resilience at the center of when building conflict-resilient societies by building understanding of the interlinkages and the gender dimensions of disasters, conflict, and climate change, as well as supporting integrated action drawing up on a multidimensional lens. And UN Women secure women's leadership and meaningful participation in critical decision-making, which results, hopefully then, in positive resilience outcomes. And maybe just as a final note, also relating to Gender Day here at COP27 and the relating to the negotiations here on the Gender Action Plan, where a key sort of stumbling block, I would say, in the negotiations have been how we reflect on finance, the finance needed for implementing the Gender Action Plan. And I think from a Swedish and probably sort of an EU perspective as well, we're keen to highlight the finance that we make available through the kind of channels which I just mentioned, through our bilateral development finance, but also the finance that we provide, for example, through the multilateral banks and, of course, the climate funds, where we integrate, through the banks, of course, both gender and climate, and in the climate funds, ensuring also a gender perspective in the allocation of funds. So I would say that wherever we would be engaged as in terms of providers of development finance, we would be ensuring both a gender perspective and a climate perspective in that allocation, and hopefully bringing the two perspectives together to ensure that we have as effective delivery as possible on the ground. I leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthias, for explaining and providing an overview on how Sweden approaches this and mainstream it through both its climate and development work. Very important. I'm very glad also you mentioned finance, because this is the COP of implementation and it's a big priority of the COP presidency too. And I think we could go back to that discussion, and particularly access to community level, at the community level, because that is sometimes where it's more challenging, and we have Solar Sisters also that can elaborate on that, doing great work on this issue. So thank you very much, and thank you again for the partnership and the excellent collaboration. Next speaker is Ms. Fatou Dieng from the Gambia, Gender and Climate Negotiator. Thank you. And I think you're going to speak us about women resilience and some of these issues.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this very important discussion we're having today, which is how we can advance gender-sensitive climate responses for sustaining peace. We all understand the problems that women are facing, especially in the global south. I come from the Gambia, which is one of the most vulnerable countries for the impacts of climate change. And scientists have mentioned that if the capital city of the Gambia, which is Banjul, inundates for just 1 meter, the city will sort of like be flooded. And this is a place that resides over 35,000 people that have really beautiful memories, really amazing childhood memories. I come here today with my 6-week-old baby, who is here, the youngest negotiator, I'll say, or the youngest COP delegate. And it's really important for us to understand the need for advancing climate action, because at the end of the day, it is the most vulnerable groups, including women, girls, and young and future generation, that will be impacted by the climate crisis. So that is why I'm going to discuss the need for us to build resilience in advancing climate action and how we can build gender-sensitive responses in advancing climate action, especially in the global south. So I founded a youth-led environmental organization, which is Clean Eye Gambia, and one of the areas that we focus on is gender and climate change. So we also work with women farmers, because we all understand that, for instance, and in countries like the Gambia, where about 70% of our population depend on agriculture, and in that population, it is women that actually constitute the majority in the agricultural workforce. And when the impacts of climate change occurs, it is these people that are affected because we understand that they depend on the natural environment for their sustenance and their ways of livelihoods. And over the years, we've been seeing how the impacts of climate change has been affecting especially the agricultural sector, where we have been receiving a very low yield and also seeing land degradation. We've been also seeing pollution, among other impacts of climate change, which is affecting, obviously, groups or communities like women and women farmers. So as someone that negotiates on gender, we have also been seeing the low participation of women in climate negotiations. And it is really sad because we understand how we are disproportionately impacted. And when it comes to negotiation rooms or when it comes to decision-making processes, it is these women and girls, or it is women that are actually low represented when it comes to decision-making. So I feel when it comes to the participation and how we can involve women in decision-making as well, we could really make use of bringing the life experiences of women in the field or in countries that are affected so that they could be in the negotiations. Because at the end of the day, if we talk about climate action, we are talking about how we can ensure that there is effective climate adaptation in countries. Mic check. Good. Thank you so much. So, as I was saying, one thing I love to see as far as building gender-responsive climate actions and also building gender-sensitive climate adaptation program is, first of all, we need to invest in climate financing, especially in communities that have been affected. We all understand this year we've been hearing a lot about loss and damage. We've been hearing a lot about climate financing. But climate financing need to touch the communities that are affected. And this includes women and girls and global south countries where we are disproportionately impacted. In addition to that, we need to see an increased representation of women in decision-making processes, because every year the margin, especially for women's participation or representation, is between 30% among others, which is quite low, because we cannot come in negotiations and talk about the challenges that we're facing and then end up having low participation of the people or the communities that need to be represented in decision-making processes. In addition as well, we need to see an increase in the localization of fundings, because we understand that, yes, sometimes when funding comes for climate adaptation, it goes usually through the governments. But at the end of the day, at the national level, there are a lot of amazing work that are done by civil society organizations, especially feminist-led civil society organizations. So the localization of funding going to vulnerable communities, also being or going through civil society organizations, will play a very important role in helping us build more gender-sensitive or responsive climate action. As someone who also negotiates as well, we need to see gender. We understand that gender is an overarching principle in the Paris Agreement, and we understand that gender needs to be included in everything. But this is not something that is reflected, or this is not something that we are seeing reflected in our decision-making processes. So that needs to be really important, or that needs to be really incorporated to ensure that when it comes to building resilience, or when it comes to addressing the climate change problems, it is cross-cutting and gender is really included in everything. So I know the chief negotiator of Sweden is here, and my organization in the Gambia, Cleaner, does a lot of work on gender. And right now, we recently launched a program which is called the C Fellowship in the Gambia, because we see the underrepresentation of women and girls in decision-making processes. And one of the ways that we're trying to ensure that more women and girls are consulted or included in decision-making is to ensure that we build their capacities for them to understand the vulnerability of climate change of the Gambia. Also see how we can build their leadership so that they can take up spaces, and also build their entrepreneurship skills so that they can also take up initiatives whereby they can address the climate crisis. So this was the first project that we launched, and we are training 25 girls right now. We're hoping to increase this to a larger number where we can continue to build the capacities of women and girls. And from this meeting, we'll try to have a bilateral to see how we can work with the government of Sweden and other partners so that we can increase the number and the representation of women in climate processes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fatou. A very passionate and very powerful testimony, and took us from the field level where your organization works to also the negotiations. So you really covered all the spectrum of actions envisioned. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Mr. Manuel Pereira, Head of Division, Migration, Environment and Climate Change at the International Organization of Migration. A great pleasure to have you. Also, IOM has been also a partner of the ASWAN Forum, working very strongly with us also on the CRISP initiative and ensuring that displacement is also part of a conversation on sustaining peace. Over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon after a long day. I had something written, but I think I'm going to do something else. I'll start by saying that on the first day of COP, when all the heads of state were here, there was around 7 to 8 women in that family photo. We can frame the problem that we have from there. In displacement, it doesn't change. Women are often excluded, segregated, banned from decision making. There's a lot of consultation, opinions are taken, but beyond that it's very difficult to break the gender stereotypes, the power structures. More needs to be done. I will focus the message I wanted to bring here today on the positives and on examples on how that can be achieved. Because if we look at a report like Groundswell report of the World Bank that by 2050 there will be more than 216 million people on the move due to climate change. Many of them will be because of disasters, so they will be internally displaced persons. The UNDRR keeps pointing that we may face very soon more than 450 disasters a year. And you can count the number of women that will be caught in disasters. And in disasters and in displacement, often women die more after an extreme event than men. If we talk about water-related events, the inability to swim, the inability to have access to rescue, puts a lot of women and girls at risk. When they go to displacement, the construction of the habitational area is not gender sensitive. Areas for breastfeeding, areas for privacy, privacy for showering and washing, and just time alone for women to talk and engage with each other are limited. Efforts from the humanitarians continue within a gender lens to try and create these opportunities, but the prospects of the disasters ahead of us are terrifying for millions and millions of women across the world. We need to keep strengthening local organizations, local women's groups to develop approaches, participation and engagement of women. IOM tries to apply these principles across all our interventions, and I can say that our flagship program is called Women Participation Program, which is a program that works with women and groups of women in displacement contexts like Bangladesh, Somalia and others to empower women not only to have a voice on the decision processes in displacement, on the governance of displacement, but also to allow women to build resilience, build economical empowerment, and have access to finance that allows them to contribute to solutions, either on the preservation of the environment, either on the provision of basic services like education and health to their families. I think that the global discussion on climate change and the impact of disasters has a very significant challenge in terms of the quantification, right? It is very difficult to accept that in the world of tomorrow, more women will be at risk because of disasters when no disaster is natural. Disasters are social economical constructions. And if women are not part of the right structures. If women do not have a voice, disasters will impact them more. And so as we work towards the future on disaster risk reduction, on disaster governance, is critical to bring women into these forums, to transmit decision power and opportunities so that women are part of the solution and not seen only as a victim. And my last saying, GBV is of course a very serious issue in displacement, but we also need to change the narrative. Women are not victims, women are survivors. And as survivors of GBV and of discrimination, we need to keep giving them the voice they deserve. And in displacement, this is very hard, but it's an effort we all need to do. At least for IOM, that's the commitment. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much for the remarks on displacement. And just I forgot to mention, you know, actually at the beginning last week, there was a series of summits with heads of states and government, and there was one on vulnerable communities, actually, and your Director General spoke on there, and it goes along also what you're saying on focusing also on the plight of vulnerable communities in this context and in displacement also. Thank you so much. Going to our last speakers, Olasimba from Solar Sisters. Solar Sisters, an organization I got to know from when I was working in renewable energy. A wonderful organization that brings together women economic empowerment with resilience, renewable, and climate action all in one. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Olasimba Sojiri, and I work with Solar Sister, an organization that is investing in women at the last mile, women's economic empowerment to distribute a range of clean energy products. So we're essentially working at the intersection of gender equity, climate action, as well as energy access. And as Fatu so eloquently puts it, women are disproportionately affected by the effects of climate change, also by the effects of energy poverty. So in sub-Saharan Africa, where we are, we find that the highest number of people on the, in the world are living with energy poverty, and majority of them are women and children. And the effects, the devastating effects of this is felt more with the women. So at Solar Sister, one of the things we're doing is to change that narrative of us just being victims of energy poverty, but actually to be at the forefront of the solution. So where we've seen that there are technologies, there are solutions that can actually address energy access challenges, we want to be at the forefront of providing those solutions in the communities that we are in. And that brought me to some of the, as you were speaking about changing the narrative, it really came home to us, because we're not just sitting down and saying, oh, we're victims here. We're actually trying to take action. And I'm working in communities where women are ready, they are creative, they are ambitious. I bring to you a story of one of our entrepreneurs, Esther from Kaduna in Nigeria, northern Nigeria. And she was a mother of 5, a stay-at-home mom. And in 2018, she unfortunately lost her husband and was faced with the responsibility of 5 children. And that's where she came about this, the Solar Sister opportunity, and started a business. Her first ambition was to electrify all the homes in her community. There are 100 homes in her community. In less than a year, every single home in that community had a solar lamp. And it was a dramatic difference from what it was 9 months in to what it was before. And she decided to take the next step. Okay, I've conquered my village. I want to take this further. And that's where finance came in. She was now ready to scale her business. And then we asked the question, where is the money? A lot of the announcements have gone into there's gender, there's financing, but when you get to the community level, we don't see the money. She went, she tried to find the nearest thing to her was a microfinance bank. They asked her for collateral, which she didn't have. They tried to give her an interest rate of 6%, simple interest every month. She simply couldn't do this, because that would just mean that she's working full-time for this microfinance institution. So the question is, where is the money? And I know that there's a lot of, and even at COP, there's been a lot of announcements on funding going towards gender and funding going, and which is great. But we really need this to transcend to the community level, because women are there, women are ready to take action, and we really need us to do this collectively. So we need to find, I know there are so many, I've heard it all today because today is Gender Day. There's, there are very risky projects, there are very small scale projects, and we need to scale. We recognize all of these things, and we need to put the parameters in place to ensure that the funding does get to where it is needed the most. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're coming to the conclusion of our panel. I mean, I think through you, Olasimba and Fufatu, we have seen great examples of African women leadership alive, and it was really wonderful to hear all what you're doing. But we also need men in this conversation, and men to advance the gender sensitive responses. And we have also Matthias who have showed us, and Manuel who have showed us, also showcase some of this work. I just want to recognize UN Women, Regional Director with us, Suzanne. Thank UN Women for all the support also it has given to the ASWAN Forum for Sustainable Peace and Development. And you've been also very encouraging to address this interface of peace building, gender, and sustaining peace and climate. So I don't know if you want to say a brief word or something?
Putting me on the spot, why not? So, yeah, sure. I would just, if I have 1 minute, I'll just touch upon financing. Because Fatu, your words resonated very well with me. You said financing need to reach women, and particularly, what did you say, in affected areas. Here is a bit of a dilemma, and I think we need to pause here for a minute or two. This is an issue that I've been discussing repeatedly, of course, with the ambassador. As we all know, humanitarian needs are increasing and have for the past 10, 20 years. At the same time, financing has been increasing, but not to the same level, meaning that humanitarian financing more and more goes to acute life-saving interventions, not the sorts of projects that we need the most. So it's a dilemma, and it's a paradox in many ways. A short terms mean 12 months. Usually, a financing cycle is a 12-month. So what we've seen is that one of the most successful methodologies is really to pull in long-term financing in areas that are still volatile, to have the courage, the bravery, the audacity, in a sense, to invest in areas that still see some level of conflicts. And the research that we have, and by the way, this is not only by UN Women, is some of the most efficiently led programs have been led by women. In terms of returns, in terms of paying back loans, etc., etc., etc. But it's also about shifting and being able to pull in development funding, resilience funding, but also private sector funding into areas that seem to be slightly volatile, seems to be slightly unstable. But still, when you look at the research, the studies that have been done, even in the most volatile areas, there is tremendous potential of growth. I just wanted to touch upon, because you said such an important thing, Pat.
Thank you again, Suzanne, and for putting the spotlight on finance, which I think has been a key part of our discussion, and I think it's a signal also for the negotiators that have been here. So I want to conclude. It'll be difficult to summarize, but I think we've heard very clearly that the responses we need to be multi-level, at the level of policies, at the level of the negotiations, a level especially also on the ground, at the level of the work of the communities, and we need to mobilize energies and funding from different streams and areas, and not just for humanitarian short-term relief, but longer term. So we look forward to continue engaged with you all as we go ahead, in particular with the CRISP initiative. And I think there's really a lot of things to do in this space. I want to thank, to conclude, the Swedish Embassy, Ambassador Hakan, Cecilia also, who's been really driving force behind this. We're a peace and security organization based in Egypt. The majority of its staff is made up of women. Actually, my young colleagues sitting here who've been also, and Amina, who is our Women Peace and Security Officer, who've also worked with Cecilia to put this together. Thank you very much, and thank you very much again for joining us. Thank you. Bye.
managing IDBs. Before coming in Geneva, I was managing IOM operation in Bangladesh for the Rohingya refugees. We had 450,000 persons in camps altogether. So women-friendly spaces, better toilets, locks on the doors, solar lamps, community projects, in the beaches, child protection, all of that. Yeah, amazing. And you are amazing. We need more negotiators like
Nej? Nu ska det tydligen funka. Då testar vi igen. Nej. Jag vet inte om jag kan stå så mycket. Nu så, titta. Hallå. Då var vi igång. Välkomna hit till den här pressträffen. Jag har med mig chefsförhandlare Mattias Frumeri som strax ska berätta om hur det har gått i förhandlingarna så här långt och vad som kommer ske de närmaste dagarna. Jag har sett fram emot den här klimatkonferensen eftersom det är en genomförande COP där vi diskuterar konkret hur åtgärderna i Parisavtalet ska genomföras på kort och lång sikt. Det är bråttom att ställa om, men det finns också stora möjligheter i omställningen. Det är därför viktigt att vi ökar trycket och höjer ambitionerna i alla länder världen över, liksom i Sverige. Hela samhället behöver ta ansvar för omställningen och det gäller såväl företag som allmänheten. Det är uppmuntrande att se hur många av Sveriges stora exportföretag som är här och diskuterar den viktiga omställningen som behöver ske. De ser möjligheterna som följer av omställningen och av att leda utvecklingen i världen till en mer hållbar global handel. Många svenska företag ligger långt fram i utvecklingen av sina produktionsprocesser av hållbara produkter och tjänster och det är vi såklart väldigt stolta över. Idag har jag varit på det första årliga ministermötet för att åstadkomma högre ambitioner till 2030 inför de förhandlingarna som vi ska genomföra den här veckan där vi har fått tala lite om våra ingångar och ambitioner. Och utöver det så har jag också varit med på ett möte i Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance där vi har diskuterat hur vi ska gå tillväga för att världen ska fasa ut olja och gas och hur vi utvecklar det arbetet. Ikväll ska jag träffa mina kollegor inom EU och koordinera oss inför kommande förhandlingar. Och senare ikväll ska jag också äta middag med medlemmarna i High Ambition Coalition som är en grupp länder som strävar mot att nå 1,5-gradersmålet. Som ni hör är ambitionerna väldigt höga, men viljan är också god. Och jag ser fram emot att sätta igång förhandlingarna, så nu hoppas jag att vi kommer framåt i implementeringen av Parisavtalet, vilket inbegriper såväl arbetsprogram för minskade utsläpp såväl som viktiga frågor om klimatfinansieringen. Imorgon kommer jag också hålla ett nationellt anförande under eftermiddagspasset i Nefertiti-salen. Nefertiti-salen kanske ni heter till och med. Och det var det jag hade att redogöra för. Jag hoppas ni hängde med där i de bitarna vi lyfte ur schemat. Och så ska Mattias nu redogöra för hur förhandlingarna fortlöper.
Tack så mycket. Vi hade då en avslutande session i den så kallade subsidiary bodies i lördags. Där vi lyckades stänga drygt 20 dagordningspunkter av de drygt 40 som vi har förhandlat under den första veckan. Så det betyder då förstås att ett drygt 20-tal återstår. Och många av dem som vi hade förutsett skulle återstå för den här veckan är också precis det som ligger på bordet nu. Det är alltså de 4 lite större frågorna som vi har pratat om inför det här mötet som vi bedömde skulle prägla mötet. Och som statsrådet nämnde bland annat då det arbetsprogrammet för utsläppsminskningar som vi hoppas ska kunna antas mot slutet av veckan. Men också då frågorna om klimatanpassning, skador och förluster och ett antal olika finansieringsfrågor. För flertalet av de här frågorna så har vi fått texter på bordet så att vi har någonting att utgå ifrån i förhandlingarna. Vad ordförandeskapet nu, det egyptiska ordförandeskapet har valt att göra är att de i morse hade en så kallad stocktake plenary där man liksom samlade alla delegationer för att redogöra för hur man själv då bedömde läget i förhandlingarna och vilka steg man nu vill ta vidare. Och vad man har valt att göra då är att man fortsätter förhandlingarna på tjänstemannanivå idag och kanske också imorgon. Och under de här 2 dagarna då så fortsätter förhandlingar utifrån de texterna som vi har. Det finns rörelse i flera frågor, i den bild jag får i alla fall. Det pågår aktivitet ute i de olika förhandlingsrummen där parterna försöker komma samman för att hitta de kompromisser som vi behöver då för att kunna enas om texterna mot slutet av veckan. Och sen så får vi antagligen se flera sådana här då så kallade stocktake plenaries under veckan. Kanske ytterligare redan ikväll men i vart fall imorgon där vi då får återigen en bild av hur ordförandeskapet bedömer att förhandlingarna har fortsatt. Sen blir det antagligen så att framåt onsdag så kommer då förhandlingarna att lämnas över till ministernivån för att kunna slutföra så att vi i bästa fall då kan bli redo på fredag. Låt mig bara säga 2 ord kanske specifikt om skador och förluster som har varit en av de stora frågorna här under mötet. Där det framförallt handlar om finansiering för skador och förluster. Hur ska det globala samfundet finansiera till exempel då händelser som jag sett i översvämningar i Pakistan nyligen. Och där är ju många utvecklingsländer har efterfrågat inrättandet av en ny fond eller facilitet. Och där vi upplever ju ändå att det finns en viss rörelse i den diskussionen där den position som Sverige och EU för fram, att vi hellre ser att vi använder existerande kanaler, att det kanske ändå finns en större samsyn. Vi är inte där ännu, men ändå att det finns en dialog kring hur man skulle kunna hantera de finansieringsströmmarna. Slutligen bara också nämna det vi kallar samlingsbeslutet, som är lite grann det beslut som ska liksom sammanfatta helheten och kunna på lite kanske mer kondenserat sätt uttrycka vad COP-mötet i sin helhet har för ambition och hur vägen framåt ser ut. Parallellt med de här olika dagordningspunkterna så pågår också diskussioner om detta samlingsbeslut. Som ju just nu kanske pausar lite grann, men jag tror kommer att komma igång igen när vi har fått ytterligare rörelse i de olika dagordningspunkterna. Så att det är lite grann det är ytterligare spår som pågår vid sidan av själva dagordningspunkterna. Jag stannar där.